Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey Marissa, and Marissa, no, you're not late, girl. I am late. Hey P Fox, how are you? Gigi, let's see. Gigi, are you talking about the one about your aunt passing away? I'm so sorry to hear about that, honey. Hey Crime Crazy, how are you? Someone, how are you? Hey Cool Gamer, how are you tonight? Sandra, how are you? Yeah, Gigi, I saw that, honey. I'm so sorry to you and Michelle both. For y'all losing family members. All right. Give me 1 second. Emails pinned to the top of the chat. I need to put my chat on live chat. Crime Crazy, did White Widow Baby did their power come back on? Hey Cujo, how are you? Hey Princess Megan. Gigi, you're very welcome, honey. Hey Elliot, how are you? Oh, there's White Widow Baby. Okay. All right. And White Widow Baby, I didn't know if y'all's power came back on. Elliot, I haven't got to see the Dateline thing yet. I seen there was oh, who was it? Somebody had put like a preview of it that came out or whatever, and I watched that part, but I haven't got to watch the rest of it. Hey, K Brass, how are you? Princess Megan, girl, it was 90 degrees here today, and the heat index was like close to 100. It was hot. Y'all, hold on just 1 second. Mods, hold the chat down for just a second. Hey, Amethyst, how are you? Hey, Jamie, how are you tonight? I'll be right back, y'all. Okay, y'all, I'm back. We had a crisis in the house. My son couldn't find his cell phone. Hey, Rosie, how are you? Hey, Casey, how are you tonight? Let's see, they mentioned me by name, then my uninformed mom, not following case, not asleep, said, yeah, you better change your YouTube display name. Sounds pretty bad. Elliot, how many more days do you have left with this name? Jamie, no, I haven't. I haven't got to watch it. I literally watched. I want to say Tyler Feller had played like the preview of it. I think that's where I watched it at, and maybe 2 or 3 minutes preview. Hey LJ, Boomer girl, how are you? But that's all I've got to watch of it so far. And Casey, yes, I'm doing good, thank you. I did see that it had Jennifer Coffindoffer was on it. Uh, Kaylee's parents was on it. There was some other guy, I didn't catch his name. And then some guy on there said something about that he believed Bryan had done this multiple times. I believe is how he said, I believe Bryan has done this murder multiple times. And it also sounded like after that he said in his mind. It was kind of hard to hear that part. So I'm going to have to either catch it tonight or catch it tomorrow whenever I get back. Because I literally, y'all, I got to get up at like 6 o'clock in the morning. And I'm running right now on like 3 hours of sleep. Oh. Wait, what up, baby? That's fine. That's what I was asking Chrome Crazy like right before you came in if she knew if y'all's power ever came back up. Okay. See, they have proof Brian bought a K-bar knife in the sheath from Amazon. Um, did I hear that on Tyler? That there was he was saying that he didn't know how they had this information or how they were putting this information out or whatever. But it was something to do with the knife, and there was something else. It might not have even been 5 minute clip or a preview. Hey Jeff, how are you? Think Brian set out behind that house in the dark parking lot, probably stroking his knife, watching Maddie, waited for the weekend where few people were there. Hey, Emerald Queen and Werewolf Queen, how are y'all? Let's see. Second. Oh, good Lord, Elliot, you broke it down, didn't you? Well, 144 hours, Elliot. That's not too much longer with that name. Hey, Julie, how are you? All right, y'all. So there was a couple of different new court documents that came out. They are not going to allow the live stream like they were, but they are allowing a camera in there for the video, and they're also allowing a camera in there for still shots. Court TV is the one that's going to be doing, they're going to be handling the camera. And then after it's over with, then they're going to put it out. Hey, S1, how are you? Um, after it's after it's done, court and everything is all done, then Court TV is going to put it out for everybody else, along with the still shots and all that. Let's see. What if Maddie crashed in bed and Kaylee walked the dog down towards Jack D's house? If lights were on and Bryan could have snuck in and unlocked sliding glass door. Honestly, Jeff, anything is possible at this point. There's so many different scenarios that make sense. It's just we don't have the proof of it. I think that's what's bothering everybody. Just Donnie, how are you? So let me grab these court documents. They're not I think there's only one that's like 4 pages long. Okay, let me grab this first one here. The Zoom part of it, or uh, the part where you're logging into the Zoom, to the Zoom video part of it or whatever, they are only allowing that for the victims' families and Bryan's family, for the ones that don't want to come or are not able to make the trip. Let's see if he would. Casey, I just got a Coke. DNA on the knife sheath is huge. I hope the defense doesn't find a way to block that. It's going to be really interesting, Jeff, when this does go to trial. I will say that. Okay, y'all. All right, so this is the first document that came out. So it's the order regarding the notice of the hearing, Zoom information. And can everybody see this, or do I need to zoom it in a little bit more? It's been awake since. Oh, Rosie, I've been awake. It's like 8 o'clock this morning. Okay. All right, so it says the court is mindful that limited courtroom capacity and potential travel restrictions may interfere with the victims and the defendant's family's abilities to observe the court proceedings in this case. Therefore, in the event that they are unable or prefer not to attend the proceedings in person, the court finds it necessary to make the court proceedings available via Zoom for the victims and the defendant's immediate family members under the following restrictions. Yes, Emerald Queen, 1 second. Okay. All right. So it says it is hereby ordered that the victims and the defendant's immediate family members may observe the court proceedings in person or via Zoom. They redacted the meeting ID and the password. The Zoom information above shall not be disseminated to anyone other than the victims and the defendant's immediate family members, and any recording or live streaming of the proceeding is prohibited. Now, they do have another document on here that talks about, or I think I have a screenshot of that talks about who's going to be handling the camera for the pool of the media. All right, so this is just showing that it was sent to William Thompson and Ann Taylor, and this was all done today, the 19th. Hey, Obsessed for Disneyland, how are you? Okay, so that one's just 2 pages. Not too much going on with that one. Grab the other one here. Okay. Hey, Sally Mae, how are you? All right. And this one is just showing, this is for that motion hearing. This is the one that we were originally going to get to watch on Zoom. Someone will probably end up tapping the stream and then relay. Hopefully someone that they don't do that. Because if they do, then it can cause the courts to not let any of it be recorded at all for the public. Obsessed for Disneyland. Yes, I'm doing good, thank you. And I did get a new computer. I actually got it for Mother's Day, and it's awesome. I put the new RAM in it today. New monitor and all that should be here tomorrow. And just on, that is true. So I'm hoping that nobody uh, tries to tap into it or tries to do anything that would uh, mess it up for the rest of us that are going by what they're saying and just waiting for it to be put out after the court proceedings. All right, so the motion hearing, it, to begin with, was with uh, Judge Marshall. Now it's with Judge John Judge. So it is scheduled for Monday the 22nd at 11 a.m. And this is going to be, I think this one, it's either this one or the scheduling one is going to be done in person. And the other one's going to be done by Zoom. Okay. So there's that one. And then where's the other one at? Okay, this is a scheduling conference. I think that the arraignment and the scheduling conference is what's going to be done in person. Hey, Nina, how are you? All right, so this one is also scheduled for Monday the 22nd at 10 a.m. with the same judge. And at the bottom, it just shows all the people that they sent it to. William Thompson, Jeffrey Nye, and Ingrid Beatty. That's for the state. And you got Eliza Masseth and Ann Taylor, Shannon Gray, which is the attorney for the Gonzalez family. Wendy Olson is, hey, Crime and Crochet, how are you? Wendy Olson is the attorney that's for the media coalition for the whole non-dissemination order and all that. And then a Corey Carone, it was sent to him as well. And then also Bryan Kohberger. So he's getting all of these court documents that's being sent to his attorneys. They're being sent to him as well. All right, so that one was dated today also. Let me grab this last one. This is an amended order. All right, so this is a second amended order vacating the hearing and setting scheduling conference for the motions for the amended non-dissemination order. So a motion to appeal, amend, and/or clarify the amended non-dissemination order and a memorandum in support of the motion for appeal and/or clarification of the amended non-dissemination order were filed by counsel for the Gonzalez family on February the 3rd. A petition for writ of mandamus or a writ of prohibition was filed with the Idaho Supreme Court, and the docket number was 50482-2023 on February the 6th. Which was titled The Associated Press versus the Second Judicial District of the State of Idaho, the County of Latah, Honorable Megan E. Marshall, the Magistrate Judge, related to the amended non-dissemination order in the case. A memorandum of points and authorities relating to the non-dissemination order in the affidavit of Latah County Prosecutor William W. Thompson, Jr., were filed by the state of Idaho on February the 8th of 2023. An objection to the motion to appeal, amend, and/or clarify the non-dissemination order was filed by the counsel for Mr. Kohberger on February the 9th of 2023. On February the 27th of 2023, the court issued a notice regarding hearing date on the motion to appeal, amend, and/or clarify the amended non-dissemination order providing notice that the Gonzalez's motion would be set for hearing upon the issuance of the Idaho Supreme Court's decision in the Associated Press versus the Second Judicial District. On April the 24th, the Idaho Supreme Court issued an opinion dismissing the Associated Press their petition for the right of mandamus or a right of prohibition. So on April the 28th, the court issued a notice of a hearing setting the Gonzalez's motion to appeal, amend, and or clarify the amended non-dissemination order for a hearing on May the 25th, which was the original one. Hey, Scott, how are you? That was the one that they had scheduled on Maddie's birthday. Hey, Jen, how are you? All right, so on May the 2nd, the Associated Press filed a motion to intervene and a motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order. The Gonzalez's motion in uh, the Associated Press's motion concerned the same subject matter, the amended non-dissemination order, and should be set for a hearing at the same time for judicial efficiency. Therefore, after due consideration, it is hereby ordered that the motion hearing regarding the Gonzalez's motion to appeal, amend, and or clarify the amended non-dissemination order scheduled for May the 25th is vacated. It is further ordered that a scheduling conference in regards to the Gonzalez's motion to appeal, amend, and or clarify the amended non-dissemination order in the Associated Press's motion to intervene and a motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order will be held on the 22nd at 10 a.m. in person. So that one and the arraignment will be the two that will be done in person. Then the other one will be done via Zoom. Vapor, how are you? So this was also dated today, the 19th. This new judge has signed off on it. Hey, Mar, how are you? And then it was also sent to Mr. Thompson, Jeff Nye, Ingrid Beatty, Ann Taylor, Wendy Olson, Corey Caron, and Shannon Gray. And of course, Chief Fry's wife is the clerk of the district court, Julie Fry. LJ, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, Maura, I hate to hear, honey, that you're still hurting. Hey, Boone, how are you? Vapor, I'm doing good. Thank you. So that's all of that one there. So as far as the arraignment, we're going to have to wait until they decide to put it out. I know that WFLA, which is JB Buno from Florida, he said that as soon as they get it and they can put it out, they're going to put it out. So Court TV is supposed to put it out, and I actually have a screenshot. Vapor, there was some new court documents that came out today. Originally, they were going to let us live stream the stuff Monday. Now they're not. They're only going to do a Zoom for Bryan's immediate family and the victim's immediate family who either choose not to show up in person or they just can't make the trip. They're going to only allow them to watch it via Zoom. They are going to have a camera in the courtroom. Court TV is going to be handling that camera for the video part of it for the media pool. Someone else, I've got the thing. Let me grab the screenshot. There's another company that is supposed to be handling the still shots for the media pool. And then another company is supposed to be helping with distributing it out. Let me grab this real quick. Okay, and I haven't got to watch the Dateline thing, so I told Troll to try to find it for me so I can watch it tonight. Hey, Brad, how are you? Deal, how are you? Did I just hear that the knife and the sheath was found on Amazon? That is what people are saying, I think, Deal. But like I said, I haven't got to watch the Dateline thing that came out, so I don't know. I don't know if that's what exactly was said. Okay. To finish it, they are at least emotional for sure. I hate to hear that, Vapor. I'm sorry. Okay, so hold on just a second, y'all. Okay, sorry about that, y'all. Hey, Izzy, how are you? Oh wait, it's got the so it did come from Amazon. Let's see, it's on NBC. Scarlet, I recorded and planning on watching it later. Okay, thank you for that, Justin. Hold on, let me tell Troll so he can find it for me. Okay. See, haven't seen her in a grip. Hope all is well. Sorry to hear that. Brad, you're welcome. Okay. Hey, Jan, how are you? All right. Let me get this pulled up here where I can see it on my screen now. Okay, so the overflow room, the pooling, the hearing updates in the state versus Kohberger. And this is for the arraignment Monday. So it says some updates regarding Monday's hearings at the Latah County Courthouse in the state versus Kohberger. Seating in the courtroom for the 9 a.m. Arraignment hearing will be first come, first serve, as indicated in the courtroom conduct order issued this week, which we had went over that a couple of days ago. Then, and Werewolf Queen, thank you so much for that super chat. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Adding to Big Al's chocolate for me. Oh, that was very nice of you. Thank you. Hey Reba, how are you? Let's see, you won't be able to watch it until tomorrow on Peacock. Well, shit. I guess I'll just have to watch it when I get home then. Okay. So the seating in the courtroom for the 9 a.m. arraignment hearing will be first come, first serve, as indicated in the courtroom conduct order issued this week. Should the hearing courtroom fill up, overflow seating will be provided in a second courtroom, as was previously done in the case. See, it happens. Killed. It's her birthday today. Emotional for kids since a week before the accident, and I heard. Vapor, I hate to hear that. I'm so sorry. Okay. All right, let me get back over. And can everybody see this that I have pulled up on the screen? I don't know if I can zoom it in without it being. Werewolf Queen, thank you so much for that super chat. This is for your battery charger phone. Thank you. I'm for sure going to get the battery charger. I definitely need it. I go through Too many batteries. Kind of ridiculous, honestly. Okay, so Izzy, that is the let me write that down real quick. Okay, so K for 12.7 a 17S. And that was from Amazon, right? But how does these people that is putting this out on Dateline, how do they know this? If it's if there's this gag order. Rosie, I haven't talked to Big Al today, but I'm sure he's doing better. Okay. Let me get my picture pulled back up here. Okay, I can't zoom it in a whole lot because I can't read it. It gets blurry. Okay. See, do you believe that Dateline only pushes the truth? Honestly, K-Braz, I've never really watched them a whole lot, um, so I can't say either way. But I do want to watch this. This is uh, this whole Kohberger thing that they're putting out is it's going to be interesting. Now, Millimeter, how are you, honey? See, it was awesome to hear from them, but it's very emotional. It's just like it happened again. They've gotten so big, and I'm so proud of them. Well, Vapor, we're going to keep you and her family in our prayers. And I'm glad to hear that they're doing okay. Heaven Stars, how are you? Okay, so reporters don't have to disclose their sources. A cop could have easily told them the information. Yeah, I mean, they could have just, I wonder if that's a good thing to do, though. Let's see. Years ago, Dateline was pretty accurate. I haven't watched them recently. Um, yeah, like I said, I never really watched them a lot, but hopefully they're what they put out is what we'll hear as the truth when this goes to trial. Hey, Melissa Jade, how are you? So mad I missed the Dateline episode. Gotta wait till tomorrow to watch it. Melissa Jade, I haven't got to watch it either, so I'm gonna have to watch it. I think uh, somebody in chat a minute ago said it'll be out on Peacock tomorrow. Hey, Misbehaving, how are you? Melissa Jade, it's always good to see you as well. Hey, C, how are you? Okay, let's see. So, with the in person arraignment hearing now added to Monday's schedule, the status conference and the motion hearings set for 10 and 11 a.m. will also be held in person. Once again, seating will be available in both courtrooms for the hearings. Crime and Crochet, thank you so much for that super chat. And it says, happy to be back with my favorite pickle people. We're happy to have you back with us. Missed you all and hope that I'll be awake to catch more lives. Only awake now, has been sleuthing all night. Well, we are happy to have you back with us. And thank you for joining us. I trust Keith Morrison. And honestly, I've never heard anything bad about Keith Morrison. So maybe he's out there to put just the truth out. And not just doing this whole thing for clicks and views and all that. American Princess, how are you? Let's see, U.S. Marine Corps fighting knife. Izzy, is there any way you can send that uh number and all that to me in an email? I didn't even get to watch the first Dateline one. Well, it was Dateline, and it was another one that put out that came out with something on him. I didn't even get to watch it. King Scarlet, they're supposed to have cameras in there. We're just not going to get to watch it live. Uh, we're going to have to wait until after the proceedings are over with, and then they're going to put it out to the public. Thank you, Izzy. It might have been 2020. I can't remember. Do y'all remember the George Zimmerman trial? His lawyers were on TV after every day in court, and it was also freedom of thought, freedom of the press. I mean, I remember that case. I didn't really keep up with that one. Okay. Let's see. So, as a courtesy, we're passing along this information provided to the court about the pool media for Monday. Hey, Tad, how are you? Court TV will operate the pool video cameras inside the courtroom. Court TV will allow people to plug in on site to receive a feed afterwards, and will also put a video on YouTube for distribution that way. Uh, Como and the Associated Press are not pool, but will help distribute the video further. Como will share it via satellite uplink with various Seattle TV stations who can provide it to their network affiliates. The AP will get a copy from Como and also forward it to the various contacts, and then the still photography will be handled by the Lewiston Tribune. So that'll be the ones that'll be in there dealing with all that. Hey, Big Al, how are you? Does anyone know for sure whether or not the people who end up in shows like Dateline, 60 Minutes, and other true crime shows alike the pay victim, the investigation, anyone else that appears? Uh, I don't know, Elliot. That I would I would say they probably did get paid. Dateline admitted to a leak. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, I can't wait to get to watch it tomorrow now. Okay, give me just a second. I gotta jump into my email. Can't wait for Monday to happen so we get to hear all this. Oh, that clicking that you hear there, that's my mouse. That oh shoot, I just clicked on something I wasn't supposed to click on. But yeah, that's my mouse, which is sitting right under my mic. And I did cut my mic down, Big Al, but I am gonna have to talk to you about the other fixing it and all that. Okay, let me see because I've got two different emails. I'm supposed to have instructions to do one of them first. Let's see if they have the knife he's cooked. Do they have the knife, or is it just proof of where he bought it from? Because in the Dateline thing, did they say that they had the knife? Let's see. Okay, hold on one second. Let me just see what this is about real quick. So apparently, someone is supposed to be writing a book about this whole thing. So in Dateline, they alluded to it. Oh wow. Elliot, I got the loud mouse right now because the batteries in my other one went out and I just haven't bought any new batteries. My other mouse, y'all couldn't hear it clicking at all. This guy's name is James Patterson, King Scarlet, that's supposed to be writing a book. So James Patterson to write a book about the University of Idaho murders just months after the killings. So, best-selling novelist James Patterson and investigative journalist Vicky Ward will reportedly team up to write a non-fiction book about the murder of four University of Idaho students last November. They're like literally not going to give this years before they come out with it. All right, then it says, which shocked the nation and led to a massive manhunt for the suspected killer that was likely also optioned for a docu series. So the key facts are the book will tell the story of the four murders, drawing from dozens of exclusive interviews, extensive on-the-ground reporting, court transcripts, and attendance at suspect Bryan Kohberger's trial, and multiple outlets that have reported. Let's see, he was at Murdoch's trial and writing one about him too. Or maybe he'll do Murdoch's first and then do this one. Because I mean, if they're just gonna, I mean, they're saying after the trial and all that, but I mean, it seems like they should wait several years before they do something like this. Hey JJ, how are you? All right, so the book doesn't have a title or release date yet, and will be published by Little Brown and Company, Patterson's usual publisher. Skydance Television is planning to option the rights to the book for a docu-series based on Patterson and Ward's investigation, Deadline reported. So they're even going to come out with a docu-series. Patterson said that he's as caught up in the murders as anyone else and sees telling the story as a compelling challenge that he and Ward are eager to investigate further. Deadline reported that Patterson said that he hasn't been haunted by a story like this since he wrote The Filthy Rich about Jeffrey Epstein's crimes in 2016. So, just a key background on the case. We all know on the 13th of November, Ethan, Kaylee, Zan, and Maddie, all students of U of I, were stabbed to death in an off campus home. The murders sent shockwaves through the college town and around the country as police struggled to identify a suspect or a motive, leading to some students to not return to the campus and finish the semester. More than a month after the murders, Bryan Kohberger, a PhD student in the University of Washington's criminal justice program, was arrested in Pennsylvania and charged with the 4 counts of first-degree murder and burglary for allegedly breaking into the home and killing the students. The motive for the killing remains unknown. And hey, Patricia, how are you? Uh, I think it was Jay Clark last night was asking like what's like the number one question that people have in this case. And several of us said about the phone call being 7.5, 8 hours after the murders. I think the motive would be number one. Or maybe the motive and the reason for waiting so long for the phone call would kind of go, they would both, I think, have to be number one. All right. So Kohberger was indicted by an Idaho grand jury earlier this week. Prosecutors are not expected to take the case before a grand jury. Were not expected to take the case before a grand jury, but the panel's indictment allows them to cancel the prelim that was scheduled for late June. The indictment paves the way for Kohberger's highly anticipated trial. He is expected to appear in court Monday for his arraignment and to enter his plea. And shortly after being arrested in late December, Kohberger said through a public defender that he expects to be exonerated. All right, give me just a second, y'all. All right, so Patterson has written more than 200 books and is widely recognized as the world's best selling author. He was named America's highest paid author in 2020 by Forbes, selling almost 5 million books in the US between June of 2019 and June of 2020. Patterson began his career writing novels, but later expanded to writing nonfiction too. He's worked with a number of notable co-authors in both his fiction and nonfiction works, including former President Bill Clinton and music star Dolly Parton. His most recent book, The 23rd Midnight, became an instant New York Times bestseller, while Patterson has 5 more books set to publish later this year. I've never heard of this dude, but if he's going to put a book out and he is what they're saying the world's best-selling author, and he was like the highest paid author in 2020 and all that, I'm for sure going to have to get this guy's book and read it. Y'all give me 1 second. Okay. All right. So that was the whole thing on that one. 5 books set to come out. If he's doing one about Murdoch plus this one about Kohberger, this dude's got a lot of work. Or has done a lot of work here recently. Gonna be very interesting to read that book as well. So you watch the trailer to Kiss the Girls when you get a chance. See, Heaven Stars is saying, didn't Dateline say that Bryan got the K-bar knife April of 2022? Does anybody know that watched it? Michaela, how are you? Okay, so definitely about the book. Him and Vicky Ward are quite trustworthy, in my opinion. Okay, thank you for that. Hey, Loaded Hot, how are you? The Idaho Statesman. For some reason, I guess the Idaho Statesman, they only give you so many free times to read their articles. I think I've used up all my free times. But I'll check in just a second and see if I can get it to pull up. Just sent you 3 emails worth of. Okay, thank you, Emerald Queen. Sorry, 2 jokes. I had to deal with issue downstairs. VPN. Yes, Big Al. Use a free PN. I might have to do that. Because whenever I got the new computer, it let me, y'all. I thought I just exited out of StreamYard. Good Lord. Um, when I got the new computer, it let me go to it. Let me see if it'll still let me. Let's see, Idaho Statesman. Let's see if it'll let me pull it up. Oh, no, it's let me pull it up now. Let's see what they got on Kohberger. Okay, who just put that in about the Idaho Statesman? Hold on, I gotta find it. Can the person that put it Loaded Hot, can you send me the link to it? Because whenever I type in Bryan Kohberger on there, I don't see an article about it. Hey Megan, how are you? Okay, thank you, Loaded Hot. Okay, so apparently BK was involved in some kind of incident before the murders, according to the police. Wow. Yeah, I can't wait to watch this. Philly Maniac, how are you? Yeah, everything that the Idaho Statesman has, the last thing I see is like May the 10th. And it just gets older from there. No, there's a May the 17th one. Let's see if there's anything about. Hmm. Okay, thank you. Let me go to the email and grab it out of there. Marissa wants to know, did he write the book, The Bone Collector? Okay, so it's the first headline under latest news. Okay, because I haven't gotten Loaded Hot's thing yet. So let me just go back to the. Because I just typed in his name under the search. Jeffrey Deaver is the one who wrote The Bone Collector. Oh, okay, here it is, right here. All right, y'all. Let me pull this up for y'all. For some reason, all my stuff's getting moved around on my screen. Marissa, you're welcome, honey. See when I pulled up. Yeah, I seen it. Whenever I pulled it up to begin with, I just typed in Bryan Kohberger. That's why I wasn't seeing it. I wasn't even paying attention to the front page of it. Okay, so Dateline teases exclusive information on the murder weapon in Moscow stabbing case. So NBC plans to air a 2-hour Dateline special on the University of Idaho killings at 8 p.m. Friday, and the network suggested it will provide significant and new information. The show comes a few days before suspect Bryan Kohberger's scheduled arraignment Monday in Moscow. Kohberger was recently indicted by a grand jury on first-degree murder charges and a felony burglary charge. He is accused of killing the 4 University of Idaho students in the early hours of November the 13th in the off-campus rental home. The Dateline episode claims that it includes exclusive information on the suspected murder weapon, details on an incident police believe alleged killer Bryan Kohberger committed ahead of the murders, and more on what's going on in the Kohberger family home in the days before his arrest. So, damn, they're putting out a lot. Hey, Patricia, how are you? So, they're claiming that there is details on the incident the police believe Bryan committed ahead of the murders. So, was it in Pennsylvania that they're thinking he did this, or was it in Washington or Idaho? What? Does anybody know where they said that they think that he might have committed this? So Dateline said the sister was so worried he might be the killer that the family searched his car. Wow. I loaded out. I don't know. I I missed the whole thing, and now I gotta wait till tomorrow to watch it because they have exclusive information on the murder weapon, details on the incident police believe that Bryan Kohberger committed ahead of the murders, more of what was going on in the Kohberger family home in the days before his arrest. Thank you, Heaven Stars. So I wonder what it was that they like give any details as to what the crime was that they think he or the incident. Did he hurt someone else or what? Did they say? It was a girl that he befriended. Hmm. That is interesting. Wow. Okay, yeah. Hold on one second, Big Al. Let me get this off my screen. I'm gonna save this. Give me just a second, and then I'm gonna put the link out. Yeah, I'm super curious now. I want to know what the heck he did. I don't want to have to wait till tomorrow to watch it. Okay, so she called to tell him that someone had been in her. Oh, I remember that. Uh, Allegedly, somebody had broken into her apartment, and she was telling Brian about it. She asked Brian's opinion on a surveillance camera. I guess he must have gave her his opinion, and then they thought that maybe he was stalking her with the cameras. Hmm. Big Al, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, then you should probably take a look at the private chat and we
Okay.
can watch the 2-minute trailer for what you're dying to see.
Now I have seen the 2 minute trailer, but
Well,
I'll play it. I'll
maybe
play it.
everybody else hasn't.
Yeah, I will play it because that was very interesting too. I actually watched it on Tyler Filler. Let's see.
Oh,
Yes.
Tyler. Tyler is a master grifter.
Well, he had it on there. It was showing like the trailer thing or whatever. So that's I watched it on there.
Yeah.
I missed the whole thing today.
Him and his little train scam cracks me up.
Yes. No, Marissa, the burglary charge that he has got is because anytime that you enter a house or a dwelling or anything like that with the intent to commit a felony, you get a burglary charge. Hey, Dan, how are you? So
Yeah,
that's where the burglary is coming in at.
it's that charge that they add so they can drop it and keep another charge.
Right. It's kind of like a, and I think I have a video, but I have to skip through a lot of it because some of it's got music in it. But there is an attorney that came on this news station and was talking, and he's explaining, like it's kind of like a backup type charge, I guess you could say.
Yep.
Like if they need to drop, if they want to make a deal and they need to drop
Yep.
something, they can always hold on to that one. And
It's just like every DUI that ever gets charged. There's never just a DUI.
oh yeah,
There's always something else with it, so they can say, "All right, well, we're gonna drop this, but we're still having you with the DUI."
right. So that way, if they do have to drop anything, they still have that one as a backup. Okay. Where am I at? Okay. And for some reason, my stuff is not in order tonight. I usually have my tabs in a certain order so I don't accidentally click off a StreamYard, and now my StreamYard is not in order.
Well, that's what you get for fucking around. You found out.
It's ridiculous.
Just kidding. Sorry, I've been waiting to use that one for a while. So she changed her name.
Yeah, and now she's stuck with it for several more days.
I'll tell you what, I must have used it 3 times today. I was yelling at employees for not doing their job.
That's why you're so stressed.
Well, no, I'm stressed because my cook that I just finished training quit with no notice this morning.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, especially on a Friday.
Ahead of the weekend rush. Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. And she said, Bryan installed the cameras. Oh, see, I didn't know he installed the cameras. I thought he'd just give her information about, or his opinion about some cameras or something like that. So that's where they were coming in saying that they thought maybe he was stalking her through these cameras.
I don't want to be Debbie Downer to anybody with cameras that they have internet access to.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty easy to get access to cameras.
Well, apparently this girl thought somebody had broke into her apartment, and she was friends with Bryan in Washington at the college, and so she confides in him, tells him about it, and asks his opinion on some cameras, and apparently he told her, and he went and installed them for her. And
then he definitely had the password.
Yeah, so that was probably a huge mistake, but you can't blame her because she thought he was just being a good friend and didn't realize the type of person that he was.
Well, here's something a lot of people don't know. Most of the surveillance systems they sell in the store have a QR code right on the top of the DVR.
Mm-hmm.
And all you got to do is zap that with your phone, and it brings up the app from the Play Store or from Apple apps or whatever the Apple one is called.
Yeah.
And it automatically logs you into that device.
And he was probably just sitting there on his phone watching everything that this girl done.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Super easy. I do it all the time. I drive down the road with my camera, my 4 main cameras on my dash.
That's a scary thing. And then this guy, I don't know how long after that happened with her. Hey, Brooklyn, that he gets accused of murdering 4 kids just down the road.
Brooklyn, one of my favorite places in the world. Brooklyn is in Brooklyn, I should say. There's a bar underneath the Brooklyn Bridge called Between the Toes.
Oh, cool.
And all of the chairs are big hands that you sit in,
and
the tables are feet.
That sounds interesting.
That's the first bar I ever got drunk in. I was 15.
Let's see. All right, so yeah, I'm not even going. I need to find. Do we have Peacock? Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm just making sure because I ain't gonna get to watch it till tomorrow. The thing.
What? When do they release? Okay. They'll release it on YouTube, won't they?
I don't know. It came out. The Dateline thing came out today sometime, and then apparently it's not going to be released on Peacock until tomorrow. And I missed it, and so now I got to wait till tomorrow.
No, you know what's funny? They don't have any of their full videos on YouTube. They're all trailers.
Did they break it up? Like, you know how like some have like a long interview or something like that, and then they'll break it up into little small 5-minute segments. I wonder if they did that on YouTube.
No, I'm looking at previous ones, and it looks like the only thing that's on here is the trailers, because there's nothing over like 3 minutes at all anywhere.
Oh wow,
which is kind of weird. I bet it's one of those deals where you got to go to NBC.com, sign up,
be a member, and all that.
Yeah.
I'll just wait till tomorrow and watch it on Peacock. See, Dateline put streaming block on it.
Oh.
I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense. You know, they put it out. They worked hard on it. They want to make sure that, you know, everybody's going to them to watch it to begin with.
So I shouldn't try to find it for free.
And not stream it on YouTube. No.
Well, right. No,
Yeah.
I'm not talking about streaming it on YouTube.
Apparently, KC Troll is saying we have a Peacock account. I never watch it. The only thing I watch is YouTube and Netflix. So, okay.
I dropped Netflix when they started objectifying little girls.
Well, I get it for free because of we have cell phone service through T-Mobile, and it was like part of our plan that
Oh, okay.
as long as we have T-Mobile, we get it for free. So
Yeah.
we had that, and what is it? Apple for like a year for free. And
Let's see here.
let's see. I'm not signing up for Stupid Peacock. I mean, Troll is saying we have it, so if we have it, I'll watch it. If I have to do like a free thing, a free trial or whatever, I'll do that just so I can watch it because I missed the first one that they put out. But this one, if they have the information that they're claiming that they have, I want to watch it.
That's funny because one of the sites I have is global TV stations, and that's one of the only ones that's not on there.
Is NBC or
Peacock?
Oh, Peacock. Yeah, I've got it. I know we've got it on the TV. I guess maybe he watches it. I don't ever watch it. Let's see.
They have a free trial out there.
Okay, well, I mean,
yeah,
I'm pretty sure a lot of people who don't have Peacock will be signing up for that free trial just so they can watch.
Oh
it.
yeah,
for sure. And then
or they'll disable the free trial and make it like a $4.95 thing so they can.
Right.
Because it just wouldn't be the American way if you didn't make money off of dead kids.
Oh well, wait. Now they've got Peacock's got a limited time Roku offer. You can get 2 months of premium for only 99 cents a month.
Mm-hmm. And then when you forget to cancel it, they nail your ass to the wall.
And see, that's why I have to keep up with it because Troll will do a free trial on something to see what shows is on there that he likes to watch, and then he forgets to cancel it.
So I'd like to be able to say that I've never done that, but
so I have to try to keep up with them to make sure they get canceled.
I've had Duncan, how are you? For 6 months and went, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, I try to keep up with all of ours.
Easy there, Reba.
Jessica Lynn, how are you?
Reba says she's going to share a Peacock with me. My neighbor has a Peacock. They're really noisy and not friendly. Really noisy.
But they're very pretty.
They look cool as hell. I hear they taste good.
I've heard that too.
I have. I've heard they actually taste good. I was like, what? You ate a peacock? That's brutal.
Yeah. Supposedly they're supposed to be good. Yeah, but yeah, I have to watch Troll, y'all, because he will just completely forget it, or he'll do it when I'm asleep and then forgets to tell me, and then like I get a charge on my card, and I'm like, where'd this come from? He's like, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you about that.
Well, at least it's random TV shows and not phone sex.
Right. For sure. It's supposed to be on Peacock at 2:00, they said. Okay, he's looking through it now, so. Okay, so let's watch. This is what is it? 2 minutes? 1 minute and 51 seconds. So, go ahead and play it.
Personally, that he's a lurker, looking through windows, surveying, peeping.
Yeah, it's a very disturbing idea that a person would be a target and not be aware of it.
He's committed this crime numerous times in his mind.
These girls were best friends since 6th grade. They had no idea what was about to happen.
I was just like, there's no way this is real. We just saw them.
You just feel sick.
Absolute, complete shock.
I miss him dearly. They don't wake up in the morning and go out and commit a crime like this.
At some point, the individual begins to experience intense fantasies of leveling the playing field.
What would the act of killing then mean to him?
Revenge, complete dominance.
Why would taking a person's life be a form of possessing them?
It's the ultimate form of having control over where they are all the time.
Oh my, that's very dark.
The really frightening thing is that for an offender like that, the first kill is the day they become something in their own eyes.
Why do something that may wind up giving you away?
You'd have an individual that had such an egotistical drive, they would be incapable of controlling the desire to reach out into the world and say, haha,
Gotcha.
I did this. Gotcha. Exactly.
What I can tell you is we have an individual in custody.
This is State of Idaho versus Bryan Kohberger.
Kohberger is not convicted. He's an innocent man unless the state is able to prove otherwise.
If this individual is the right one, then he picked the wrong family.
Big time.
We're ready for this case.
Okay.
I like how they slid the image of the K-bar in there. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
Just faintly in the background. Just
What the hell is playing? Oh shit! Hold on. I forgot. If I don't exit completely off of it, it starts playing the next video.
you can turn that off.
Yeah, I know. I haven't done it on the computer, but I can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, I might have to find a way to watch that one
It's gonna be
just to see.
right because they're claiming that they have all of this information about this knife, and they're saying that someone in chat was saying that like they have the proof that he bought it from Amazon and all this, the knife and the sheath.
Well, I think one can deduce that he probably bought it from Amazon. I mean, if you look at all the documents, they subpoenaed Amazon,
Walmart.
You know,
Was it Blue Ridge Knives? Was that the other one?
Blue Ridge is who makes the K-bar.
Okay, well, I think
Yeah.
they subpoenaed them as
And
well.
they don't direct sell to customer though. I think we figured that out right at the beginning.
Did we?
Yeah, I think we looked into that. I seem to remember looking into the
Okay.
company that actually makes the knife.
Because I remember they did like large orders, and Twitter dude, I don't even want to say his name, was talking about, I think it, like they would do like a distro order or whatever you want to call it for like 1,500 knives.
Right.
And he was like, who's really going to buy 1,500 knives? Like he wasn't comprehending that it's for a store.
I don't know anybody who resells knives.
And so I remember that part that they had, I guess it would be like considered like a bulk order or whatever. I remember they did that, but I don't remember if they sold to individuals.
Yeah, I seem to remember us looking into that.
Because I remember going to their
could be
website and
wrong.
everything. Evie, yes, I'm doing good, honey. How are you? I remember going to the website and looking into it because I'd never heard of that company. I remember going and looking into them to see if they sold the K-bar knife, and they had it on there. Werewolf Queen, I am too. But I'm not going to be able to watch it until I get home tomorrow. And I'll have to grab some notes off of it. Okay, if y'all have not done so, please go hit the thumbs up. Let's see. Yeah, Elliot. Poor Elliot. He's still stuck with Papa Rogers' name on YouTube right now. But he said that they were talking about Papa Rogers in it and all that.
Never too late to join Philly. Never. Just push your way to the front and have a seat.
Okay, hold on, Billy. I'll throw the link out for you. I've got to get I gotta get batteries for my other mouse. This one is too loud.
It is pretty loud, I gotta say.
Well,
it sounds like a gaming mouse is what it sounds like.
No, that's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a Razer gaming mouse, but it's literally sitting directly underneath my mic.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
Yeah. So, but tomorrow my monitor will be here, My RAM got put in today, so I'm going to have to completely move everything around on my desk, and I'm probably going to have to move the mic. And if I keep this mouse and don't get batteries for it, then it won't be underneath it. Casey, I believe it aired today, and then it's supposed to be on Peacock at 2:00 in the morning. I have 2 days. What do I have 2 days for? Oh wait, I have had 2 days to get batteries, and I've been to the dollar store like 6 times.
That sounds like my world.
Or Troll will go to the dollar store, and I always forget to tell him to pick up some batteries.
I was going round and round with a lady at the dollar store today about cereal because you can buy a box of cereal cheap at the dollar store. It's half price, but there's half the cereal in the box. So if you buy 2 boxes, you pay the same price as you would for one from the grocery store.
True. Yeah, I know I've had 2 days to get batteries. And my son had this mouse on his computer, and I swiped it from him. And then he wanted to get on his computer, so I had another mouse that actually came with the computer, but it's not a gaming one. And I gave that one to him. So I got to get me and him both batteries for both of our things.
I miss the old Logitech trackball mouse.
Oh God, them suck.
No, the one that was under your thumb.
No,
not the ball on the bottom. It was an actual. It was like where your thumb would go. It was just a small trackball.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
And you could set it up to go across the whole screen with like a 1/4 inch of movement. So it was super fast to navigate things. But of course, like every other good thing, they ruined it and stopped selling it.
Right. Philly, how are you?
White Widow Baby, why are you so obsessed with keeping the chat on topic?
Philly, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, how are you?
Hey, good. I think, yeah, I can hear you, but I think I'm getting a lag.
Okay, do you want to drop out and then come back in and see if that fixes it?
Yeah, I'll try that.
Okay, I'll drop the link back in the chat for you. Just on, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family. All right, let me drop the link for Philly. See if maybe that'll help it if he drops out and then comes back. Hey Ray, how are you?
I always click mute on YouTube before I click the StreamYard link. It seems that when you go into StreamYard, if you're already muted on the YouTube side, it works a little better.
Okay. Maybe it'll work whenever he comes back in. I couldn't really tell if it was a lag, but it seems like maybe it took him a few seconds after I was done talking to say anything. Make sure you have backup. Izzy, I have 2 of them, but I'm using both of the backups right now. Me and my son are.
Bread, yeah. I don't feel horrible right now, but I did just smoke a bunch of weed, so that might have helped. Certainly settled my stomach down, that's for sure.
Ray, I'm doing good, thank you. Is there a way to watch the newest Dateline special, The Killings on King Road? Jeff, they're saying that it's going to be on Peacock. Hey, G, how are you? I think somebody said it's supposed to be released at like 2:00 in the morning.
I'm quite sure if you go to Reddit tomorrow and type that in, there'll be somewhere you can watch it for free.
Probably.
I'm sure there will be.
I don't go to Reddit too much though. There's crazy.
You gotta be careful what you click on in Reddit.
Yeah, it's too much craziness, and they had a whole Bryan Kohberger women thing over there and all that, and they ended up taking it down. the whole subreddit.
Oh, really?
It was like all of these. There was some men in it too, but it was mostly women that were claiming to be in love with him and all that, and they ended up taking that down. And I want to say that there was a Facebook group that was sort
Yeah, I
of the
heard there was
same
a
thing.
huge Facebook group. I heard.
That
I
had
never
all
saw
these
it.
women.
Yeah, I heard there was a bunch on Facebook.
Yeah, and I think they ended up taking that one down too. But there was, I think it was called Bryan Nation or Bryan Nation or something like that, and they ended up taking that one down, and then on Reddit, and then they ended up making a new one, and they, instead of spelling his name Bryan, I believe they changed the spelling of it to Brien, and that way they were claiming that with the different spelling it shouldn't draw attention. But I don't know if that one's still up or not. But I know that the other one, I was just scrolling through there just looking to see what I was on it, and there was some crazy stuff on there, and the people, just some of the stuff that they were saying about him, and how they're in love with him, and sending, like, once again showing screenshots of them sending him money and all that. Hey Marlene, how are you?
I don't understand why that'd be something to be proud of.
I mean,
Look,
and
I
I
got grifted out of $30.
I don't know if they was it like they were maybe trying to compete with each other. Like the one sent 100, one sent 50, two different ones sent 25 each. And it's almost like they were competing with each other to a point of, well, okay, well, you sending money, well, I sent more. And it was just delusional idiots. Yeah,
People on the internet are confusing.
just the craziness. And like I said, I didn't even know that there was a medical term for something like that. That people fall in love and want to be with someone who has done something like that.
Well, you can't make a pill for it until you make a medical term for it.
Well, there's a medical term. It's called hybristophilia.
Yep. So I'm sure there's some kind of medication out there for it that some idiot doctor's prescribing.
Which is, it's crazy to think though that there is an actual medical term for that. For real. That's just, I don't know. People, just some of the craziness stuff that they do. And honestly, I didn't even know that. I knew that there was like look at Ted Bundy, and all the women liked him or whatever, but I didn't think it was that common of a thing. They see this guy. Hey, Miss Chewy, how are you?
Oh, they ripped Ted Bundy right until the day they killed him. You remember the Ted Bundy song?
No.
Would you like me to sing it to you?
No.
I remember it because they used to play it on the radio here every morning.
Yeah, I've never heard it. But I mean, who makes a song about a serial killer?
It was like a frick in the top 100. It's called "Hang Down Your Head, Ted Bundy." It's an actual song they were playing on the radio in rotation.
Oh my god!
Yeah, you can look it up. It's online. I'm sure it's on YouTube.
I'll have to find it. But
it's all about him being put to death.
So he was put to death in what year?
Oh, you're trying.
Wasn't it like in the 70s?
No, 80s.
Was it 80s? Okay.
Hey Google, when did Ted Bundy get put to death?
Ray, how are you?
I'm good.
1989.
So okay, so I was 8 going on 9.
January 4th. I was 19.
Crime Crazy said, "Isn't that Tom Dooley?"
I think it is.
I've never heard it.
I want to say it is. I want to say it is Tom Dooley. I can't believe you knew that off the top of your head, Crime Crazy. That's crazy.
Remember the Moscow... Marissa, I don't think I've heard the Moscow Murder song either. Britney's divine counterpart. That is what she said, Boomer Girl. I remember it was divine something, and I could never remember it, what she said. But yeah, she said that Bryan Kohberger was her divine counterpart. That's the crazy lady from Kentucky that we were talking about the other night. Motley Crue made a song about John Wayne Gacy. What is up with people making songs about serial killers? Megan, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. Thank you.
Yep, it was the song about Tom Dooley, and they adapted it for Ted Bundy.
Oh,
I didn't know that.
Crime Crazy says she's a wealth of knowledge.
I'm telling you. I'm
I
impressed.
mean, I've never heard of that. Wow. I'm going to have to go look it up now.
I thought they made that song about Ted Bundy. I didn't even know it was a song about somebody completely different.
Well, who was Tom Dooley?
Tom Dooley was a murder case in North Carolina, I think.
Oh, okay. I've never heard of him
Yeah,
either.
Tom Dooley's a hell of a story. It's a love triangle thing.
Oh, okay. Well, I learned something new tonight.
Yeah, it was back in the 1800s.
That's probably why. Okay, well, that's probably why I've never heard of it. If it's before 1980, I don't know too much about it.
You all live under a mushroom, Crime Crazy says.
I refuse to live under the right mushroom.
I was going to say, Ray, you took the words right out of my mouth, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, anything before 1980, I don't know too much about. I honestly thought that Bundy was executed in like the late 70s.
I remember I remember the trial for that was going on when I was in high school, and it was a big deal. It was in the Minneapolis paper every day.
I just know that he killed multiple people, and he was put to death.
Well, see, Miss Chewy remembers the song. I'm not going crazy.
I might have to listen to it now. Hey, Roger, how are you? That is interesting, though. And this Tom Dooley person, I mean, even though it's from the 1800s, I may have to look into it.
No, it's an interesting. There's a book written about it. I want to say I read some of it. I was about to give you shit about your microphone again. It's like, what is that noise? And I forgot I got a cleaning crew down cleaning my hood vents. They're out there with a pressure washer. I'm like, oh, okay.
So is that the background noise that I hear?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Okay.
I'll turn down the gain on my mic a little bit. Since I know how to do that and all.
Well, because we were trying to get the RAM put in and all that today, and it wasn't working to begin with, and then we finally got the second slot working. And then I tried to like go in and mess with the mic, and I just cut the volume down on it a little bit. So it wouldn't be as loud. Okay, Tom Dooley's about a man that lived close to me up in the Appalachian Mountains. So Tom Dooley's not from the 1800s? I'm confused.
No, it's from the 1800s. Is that a little better?
Yeah, I don't hear it now.
Okay, all right. As long as you can still hear me, because I got it all the way down at -2 dB. It's about as low as it goes.
Yeah, I can't hear any background noise now. I hear a buzzing now. Sound.
Well, I'm looking at my camera. The pressure washer's off right now, so that ain't for me. Shouldn't be.
Unless it's my phone, because I did have my phone close to my mic, so that could have been it.
I don't know, it could be my. You could actually be hearing the hard drive in my DVR because it's starting to go out.
Okay, that may be what it is. It's like
I can barely hear it here, though. I'd be shocked if you could hear it.
It's like a very low, like buzzing sound, sort of like.
Well, I'm not going to be the one that annoys everybody. I can tell you that.
No, it's not annoying. It's not that loud. I can just, yeah, I can barely hear it. Let's see.
I was gonna say, please don't blame me. I'm on mute.
I saw you were on mute, Ray. I was about to blame you. Well, here, tell me if it goes away when I mute.
Yeah, I don't hear it now.
And you hear it now?
No. It wasn't doing it the whole time. It was like just a very low sound, and then it would stop, and then it was like it started back up for a few more seconds. But I don't hear it now. But some people in the chat said that they could hear it, but it was super low. It's not so loud that it's bothering me through the headset. Hey
If
Debbie,
it's
how are
bothering
you?
anybody, please let me know. I will make myself scarce like a fart in a hurricane.
Let's see. Can't you turn mouse volume down on the settings?
Mouse volume?
I can't do anything with the clicking. That's what it is. Let me move my mouse so I don't click on them.
She just got a super loud mouse. Those gaming mouses are loud.
Yeah, it's just when I click on it, clicking on stuff. Philly, it's saying that your device is not connected. It's just when I click on stuff, that's what y'all are hearing, and it's because it's right underneath my mouth or underneath my mic, and I have to use my right hand, but I can move the mouse on the other side of my desk. Maybe it won't be as loud. See you later. How are you?
Marissa, I can't hear anything but ghetto hawks. I'm assuming you mean police helicopters.
Yep.
It's funny.
Mar, have a good night. I hope you get to feeling better soon.
Around here, the only time we hear a helicopter is when somebody's dead or dying.
Here it feels like a daily thing.
Yeah, I don't miss that. I don't miss the sound of sirens and chaos and traffic and.
Roger, I don't know what she's talking about as far as the mouse volume. I don't know. But I don't think there's anything I can do about the clicking part of it.
No, there's nothing you can do about that.
Let's see. Have you heard anything about the new case in Georgia? The Shinley case. Debbie, what is it about? Because I've heard several different new cases. I know that there was one about a baby that was dumped out in the woods like 4 years ago, and they finally arrested the person. And then there was a girl, I think she was 19, but I don't remember exactly where that was at. She was at the hospital and had a baby in the hospital and threw the baby in the trash can.
I saw a blurb about that today. I just didn't even want to read it.
And she lied to her mom about being pregnant, and then they came in and confronted her at the hospital and said that they had found the baby, and her mom was like,
okay,
hysterical.
I'm not a female. I have no idea what childbirth, carrying. How could a woman convince another woman that they're not pregnant when they are?
Clothes.
The baby, yeah, baggy clothes. But the girl's mom had asked the doctors how much did the baby weigh, and the baby was only at 9 months was 4 pounds.
Oh,
it was super tiny, and
okay.
The girl was 19. She goes to the hospital because her back was hurting her, so she was in labor, and she goes into the bathroom, locks the door. She's in there for like 20 minutes. When she comes out, they see blood all over the place, and then whenever the janitors go in to clean it up, that's when they find the baby.
How messed up are you in the head?
And all the girl, all the girl could do was sit there and just start crying and saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't know what to do." You're literally in a hospital.
I just
She just didn't want to get in trouble.
I don't know. And the girl's mom was just like, not really hysterical, I would say, but was very upset and all that. And now the girl's in prison or in jail, gonna go to trial for this.
There was a girl when I was in high school that went to my church, and she did pretty much the same thing, but not at the hospital. She had the baby at home and then left it on her porch. And her parents didn't know at all.
Wow.
Some crazy people in the world, y'all.
I'm telling you, it makes me feel more sane every time I hear about one of these crazy shitheads.
Let's see. I was trying to connect. It was a weird connection. Not sure what I did wrong. Okay, hold on, Philly, and I will put the link back out for you. It showed you come backstage, but it just said that your device wasn't connected. Just
I gotta jump on mute for a couple minutes. I'll be back.
Okay. Hey Riddler, how are you? Philly, if you want to grab the link again and try it, you're more than welcome to. And Debbie, I have not heard of that case.
What case?
She said, let me go back up. It's a case in Georgia, the Shinley case, and she said it's about a little boy that escaped from the home, 10 years old, was 36 pounds.
Oh yeah, I heard something about that. I think the parents are being brought up on charges.
Okay, let me write that down because I haven't heard that. Okay, that was in Georgia. I have to look into that. See, the baby definitely never took a breath, but still. Rosie, they said that the girl at the hospital, when they did the autopsy on the baby, they said that when she threw it in the trash can, that it had taken some breaths, but I guess being in the trash, it ended up suffocating, which is
Don't babies like immediately cry?
yeah. I mean, usually if there's nothing wrong, they do.
Yeah, but sometimes they have to clean the airways. There's mucus and stuff that
Right.
gets caught up in there.
Yeah. Tandy, how are you?
I just don't
Just Dawn, how are
understand giving birth in the bathroom and like
at 19 years old?
jumping up and running outside.
Yeah.
It wasn't in the garbage in the bathroom, right? It was like in a
No,
different garbage.
no, she threw it in the garbage can in the bathroom. Yeah. And whenever they went in
20
to clean the
minutes though.
bathroom, they found it in the janitor took the trash bag out of the trash can and realized that it was heavier than what it should have been and checked it and found the baby. Hey Pippi Longstocking, how are you? And I just saw another
That is so crazy to me. I just can't wrap my
yeah.
brain around that.
I don't understand it. Okay, Philly, I'm fixing to bring you up. And you have your camera on in case you want to cut it off.
We can see your ceiling, man.
Tandy, what part of Louisiana did that the case that you're talking about where the girl was fused into the couch? Do you know what part that of the state that was in?
They left
I
a dead
saw that
person.
one too.
They left a dead person there so long that they fused into the couch.
No, the parents starved the kid and they just sat there watching TV as the kid died.
What?
And just laid there stinking dying. Swear to God.
Oh, and Zachary. Okay. Yeah, that's down south. That is crazy.
You know, the human race is we're fucked.
Like, what is wrong with parents? That's what I don't
I
understand.
don't get it. I don't understand it.
I mean,
How
this
could someone
girl,
do that?
she was literally in a hospital. Like, all she had to do was just say, I'm pregnant. She's 19 years old. If her mama got upset about it, oh well, she got upset about it.
Well, what
You
I don't
know?
understand is if you don't want a baby, and I'm not going to go into the whole abortion, no abortion thing, but if you don't want a baby, why can't you give it to a family that really
That
wants a
does.
baby?
Right.
Uh,
Tandy, yes, I'm in the northern part of Louisiana. Yeah, I don't understand it.
I don't know. As someone who always wanted kids, just never found the right person to have them with, shit like that really disturbs me.
Yeah.
It really, really does. That just
I don't
it
get it.
really crawls into my heart and just yanks it out.
I don't understand it. Like, how can a parent or a step parent or anything like that hurt a kid, or just anybody in general hurt a child? I don't get it. I just seen somebody else come in. Now I've lost the comments. Sweet Melissa, how are you?
Tad Russell, that's a good one. He's what are we, Lionel Richie dancing on the ceiling?
Billy, can you hear us?
Hey, sorry.
Hey,
Oh
there
no,
you are.
you're good.
Hey, sorry, I forgot to X out of the YouTube
Oh, okay.
window.
Okay, well, you know that your camera is on, right?
Yeah, I have a little piece of paper.
Oh, well,
I thought we were looking at your ceiling.
okay,
Yeah, we
well,
all assumed it was the ceiling.
Hey,
do you want me to put a wall up so you don't have to worry about the paper?
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. What's up,
Okay.
Ray?
My IQ, that's what's up.
The price of everything. That's what's up.
Yeah,
Hold
my
on, let me
blood
put a
pressure.
piece of tape over the camera.
Okay, yeah, I got the wall up now so that way nobody can you ain't got to worry about the paper and all that on it.
Hey, Big Al.
Well, what's happening, dog?
Not much, man. It's been a while. Thanks for letting me come back.
Oh, for sure. Reba said that's why aliens don't visit us. Is
Well,
because
the
of
hell they don't. I think
the
I had a
Rockaways.
couple.
How are you?
I'm pretty sure I had a couple in tonight.
Yeah, I've been MIA for a while. I've been having to work some like crazy early hours at work, so it's been I've been trying to keep up with the channel, but like literally like oh my god, like within like an hour,
You're out.
I'm out. Yeah, and I'm trying so hard to keep up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. JJ, have a good night. Hey, Paige, how are you? I mean, I completely understand it. You know,
So
you
I
got to work.
apologize for yeah, I
No, that
apologize.
you're good. I mean, you got to work, so I understand it. I could have
So
swore I seen another comment and I missed it.
so what is the latest with this Kohberger deal?
Um. Okay,
So
so
I saw there was like the grand jury
yeah,
basically indicted him, right?
yeah, they had his prelims originally scheduled for June the 26th. Then they come in with this grand jury that has indicted him on the four first degree murder charges and on the burglary charge. So
Right.
now the prelim has been canceled. He will be arraigned Monday at 9 o'clock. Then they're also going to do a motion hearing with the Gonzalez family and the this whole media coalition thing where all of the media companies got together about the gag order. So they're going to have that motion hearing and then a scheduling conference. They're also having Monday. So, and we were supposed to get to live stream the motion hearing and what was the other one?
No way, they're gonna live stream it.
They were, but that was before we knew about the grand jury. Once the grand jury happened, and then it got moved from the magistrate judge up to a district judge, that judge is now saying that there's not going to be any live streaming. The only people who are allowed to get into the Zoom call, because they had even put out the Zoom logins for people to live stream it. And now he's changed it and said that the only people who are allowed on the Zoom call is going to be the immediate family of the victims and Bryan Kohberger's immediate family, because there's some families that are either choosing not to show up in person or they just can't make the trip because it's too far. So they're going
Like,
to allow.
does
Go
that
ahead.
guy realize? Does that judge realize that like this will be like the most watched
Yeah.
hearing since like fucking OJ?
That's probably why he doesn't want it live streamed.
Yeah. And I
Yeah.
have heard just by some people posting on Twitter about this judge and all that he is the type of judge that he don't want nothing leaked from his courtroom. Like, he's very strict about that, but he is letting a camera for video in the courtroom. He's allowing a camera for still shots. So Court TV is going to handle the camera for the video. Uh, the Lewiston Tribune is going to do the camera for the still shots. Once it's over with and all the proceedings and everything are done and over, then he's going to allow court TV to put it out on YouTube and distribute it out to the other media companies, and then they can send it out.
Wow.
So we'll get to watch it afterwards. We just can't watch it live.
Yeah, but will we get to watch it in its entirety, or just what they decide to release? Because I think that judge isn't live streaming because he's worried about being put under a microscope for how he handles the
and
case.
think about how much pressure that guy
Oh,
is going to be under.
Ridiculous.
Right. Yeah. See, they didn't specify if it's going to be like the whole thing. I know that they're not going to want any of the family members on camera. No type of paperwork that can be seen on the tables, which is understandable. They don't want none of that on video. So I don't know if they're going to have to go through and watch it and possibly edit things out. I don't know how they're going to do all that.
I guarantee you somebody's going to leak.
Big Al, you're breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. You're just breaking up.
Weird.
Still breaking up.
I don't know. I'm definitely not here. I'm just fine.
Okay, Philly, you're breaking up too.
Oh, well, then it sounds like it's on your end.
Okay, no, it's my flipping internet. Hold on. If I get kicked, I'll come right back in. Usually that's what happens before I get kicked, is everybody starts sounding like a robot. So if y'all hear me cussing,
there she goes.
Uh-oh. I think this judge, whoever this guy is going to get so much fucking heat from.
He's getting a lot of heat, but whoever leaks it, I got news for you. Much like when you print something on your printer, every Zoom session has an ID hidden in the video.
I'm back.
They'll find out who did it right away.
Welcome back.
Yeah, it was on my end. It was my internet.
See, you had me all freaking out. I had windows open everywhere, clicking all over the place.
I'm sorry.
Should have known.
Well, I didn't think about. Usually, that's what happens right before I get kicked. Is everybody starts sounding like a robot?
I heard Philly kind of bong after you left.
But it's everybody sounds good now. So
Tad Big Al does not need his own show.
Hey, Tonka.
I enjoy being the random guy that jumps in and out of the closet.
We were just saying that, like, whoever this judge is going to get so much fucking heat from everybody outside the courtroom and in the press that he's going to have to budge a little bit.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm curious to see what he's going to do with the whole gag order, since he's over that now.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, is he gonna drop it, or is he gonna keep it? Like, I wonder what he's gonna do with it.
Honestly, I think a lot of these courts are kind of scared of this community.
It's
after the Rodney case, man. People are screaming for accountability, and they don't like it.
Yeah, because they're just not ready for social media when these cases happen. Just like the one down in Oklahoma, the guy, the RSO that got let out of prison earlier on good behavior, even though he had been charged for an SA crime while in prison, and then he turns around and kills his wife, her 3 kids, and the kids' 2 friends. And now people are wanting to know why they let him out. And this is like a small little town in Oklahoma. They're not ready for social media when stuff like that happens.
It's called social pressure.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just like
No, I'm talking about the early releases. Social pressure.
I just can't believe they let the dude out. That's what's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this shit is only going to get weirder. I really, truly think so. And I don't know how, but because it's pretty weird already.
Well, when is this trial even starting? Like the end of this year?
Well, he'll
We don't
plead.
know.
Yeah, because he pleads Monday, and then he has either to waive his rights for a speedy trial or whatever. Okay, somebody's got background noise.
Ain't me, I'm muted.
So he'll have
I
to.
was trying to mute it. It could have been me. I don't know why I get background noise, but it
Yeah,
happened.
I think it was you, Ray. I believe because I don't hear it now once you're muted. But so he'll plead guilty or not guilty Monday, and then I'm sure they'll have to go from there as far as scheduling it. I'm thinking 2024, 2025 before the trial happens.
I think the smartest thing they could do as a defense is push for the speedy trial,
But
and hope that the prosecution screwed up somewhere.
I think they got too much information to go through quickly, though.
yeah, because it was it 20,000? Hold on, let me go back to the website so I can tell
Well,
you
I
the
thought
correct.
they gave him like the first shot. They gave him like 15,000, and then now it's an extra 10,000, and then all the pictures.
Let's see. Let me find the one that it is. Let's see, order.
Did they relocate the where the trial is going to be, or is it still going to be in the same college town?
They haven't done any of that yet.
Kohberger, 51,000 terabytes. That's
Yes.
not
Yeah.
terabytes. No way.
Yes, that's what. If I can find the paper, I got to remember which one it is. Let me see if this is it. Yeah, it was 50 something terabytes that they sent of
That's
audio.
gotta be a lot of video.
Yeah, it's audio and video, I believe. Oh, which one? Hold on, I've got to find it where they said how much they sent to them. It was like 20,000 pages of stuff that they sent, 51 terabytes. Oh, shit, where is that page at? Give me. It's going to take me a second to find it.
Can I just say, whoever has the screen name, fuck around and find out about it?
Oh, that's White Widow Baby.
That's White Widow Baby?
Yeah, that's White Widow Baby.
That's awesome.
That's 51 petabytes of data. That's an insane number.
I said the same thing when I read it.
Believe that can't be right.
If I can find,
I mean, you're talking about thousands of hours of video.
Yeah, right here. I got it. Hold on, fix and pull it up. Of everything that they have sent so far. Right there. 10,000 pages of reports and other written materials, 10,200 photographs, 9,200 tips. But do y'all remember when Moscow came out and said that they had like 10,000 tips in so many days, and now it's all of a sudden 9,200? And then approximately 51 terabytes of audio and video, media, and digital material.
That's so much video.
Where's 10,200 pics coming from?
I'm guessing every cell phone from every kid.
I mean, I get that they have to take pictures of, because there was a search warrant at the kid's house. So there's all those pictures. Then you got the pictures of his apartment, his office, the storage unit, and then his parents' house, and then the car. So that's 6 different things that we know that they had to take pictures of. But
And there's probably video of him driving around, right?
yeah, that would probably be part of the 51 terabytes.
Yeah.
But just think, just a hard drive on a computer, most of them is a terabyte. Think 51 terabytes. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
No, it says 51,000 terabytes.
What do you see? No.
That's what somebody in chat said.
No, right here.
51K terabytes.
Oh shit, I can't highlight it. But number 4, approximately. Hold on, let me see it again.
I'm
51
scrolling back to
terabytes.
the person who said it. K-Bird said 51K terabytes. That's 51,000. So it's just 51 terabytes. Uh-oh. Did we lose her again?
Okay, I'm back. Philly, put your paper over your camera. I forgot I had the wall up and people couldn't see it in the chat.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah, K-Bird said 51,000. That's why I was like, wait a minute. That's like
Okay, but look, it's right here on this page.
No, I believe you, but it says in the chat 51,000. Not 51.
Okay, well, in the court documents, it says 51 terabytes.
But still 51 is an insane amount of
Yes.
an insane amount of data.
Right.
Yeah.
That is just, hey, Cattywampus, how are you? That's a
And what is
lot
that?
of audio and video media and digital material. That's a lot.
51 terabytes is how many gigabytes? God,
Well, it's 1,000 gigabytes to be a terabyte. So
that's 51,000 gigs.
Yeah.
51,000.
I want a game with that much.
Jesus, I don't even know what you. That's like.
Just think of the games that you could save with 51 terabytes.
That's like all of Napster.
Napster.
Like in the beginning, that's about how much it was. I think it was 50,000 gigs in the beginning, is what they're
Dude,
estimating.
Freaking Napster was like
Napster rocked.
Yeah, that was like the life of my college years, man. Oh my god.
Until the whole Patriot Act, and then everybody went, I don't want to go on Napster anymore.
Well, until Metallica was like, stop stealing our songs.
Yeah.
I was like, Lars, yeah.
Yeah.
Those greedy pricks. I remember back in the 80s, everybody else's concerts were like $15 and Metallica's was like 40.
Yeah.
Okay, so how many hours of audio and video do you think 51 terabytes is?
Oh, I can tell you. Hold on. It depends. I mean, it depends on what the quality is.
Let's just say 4K. Because I'm sure it's going to be at least 4K, huh? Well, I don't know, because if it's like surveillance cameras and stuff like that.
Dude, Big Al's like a tech wizard, so he's gonna figure that shit out quick.
That's why I like having him up, because he knows about this and can explain it.
All right. So at 4K, oh goddamn Quora.
I would Google it, but
okay,
I'll disconnect.
A terabyte can hold 17,000 hours of audio.
Yep, of audio. So it's probably about 2,200 hours.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's probably including them when they were out in Pennsylvania surveilling him. Probably included that. Probably body cam footage.
So it's 42 gigs for an hour of 4K. Average. Let's call it 40.
It's going to be interesting.
Per hour.
With all this information that they have sent, and was it, let me go back to the thing here. Just the 10,000 pages of reports that they're claiming. When this goes to trial, this is going to be very interesting.
I mean, they're going to have to bring in all that paperwork on carts.
Right.
How can anybody physically go through all that?
And this is what's been sent to the defense. And they're saying that anytime that they get new discovery, they will send it over to the defense. So this probably isn't even all that they've sent. They probably sent more since this document was done.
I'll tell you what, digital materials are quickly becoming the number one thing that puts people in prison.
Right. There's always that digital footprint.
Yep. Almost everybody in America has one unless you're living in a shack in the woods. And
So
even then,
quick
you probably still have
calculation
one.
off the top of my head, that's over 200,000 hours of information.
Yeah.
Okay. So a terabyte drive can hold 330,000 3-megabyte photos or 250,000 MP3 files. That's at 4 minutes per song. That's 1 million minutes of music or 16,666 hours or 694 days. Almost a whole 2 years of uninterrupted listening pleasure.
Listening pleasure.
That's just
sounds like fucking insanity to me. Is what that sounds like.
that's just a terabyte. Just imagine 51.
That almost sounds like making love music. Like,
Well, I'm just take it up with Google.
But that's just audio. That's not audio and video.
No, that was just songs.
That's what the calculation I did off my head was just video. So at minimum, it's over 200,000 hours of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, they had to get every security camera within a 1 mile radius.
Yeah.
To have that much freaking video.
But that's what I was saying. Like all the security cameras and like the doorbell cameras and all that, are those going to be 4K? Are they going to be a lower quality?
I think they're a little bit lower quality than 4K.
So you could probably then, if it's lower than 4K, probably.
I know on mine,
more.
My cameras are 4K cameras, and internally, I can see 4K video. But if I'm watching over the internet, it's not even close to 4K.
So if it's a lower quality, then you could fit more on it, then, right?
Yeah.
Yes, a significant amount.
So, hey, just Amber, how are you?
4K probably triples the size of a normal video file.
That's what I'm saying. So just imagine. Oh my God.
What mystifies me about that number is someone had to physically decide that all that data was pertinent,
right,
to this case.
Yeah, but is any of that data Kohberger walking into or being in or walking out of that house? Right? Is there any video of him?
Yeah, who knows what cameras were pointed that way?
Yeah. I mean, there might be a smoking gun. There might be a video that was there may have been a camera actually in that house, that dorm room or whatever. Right?
Well, if you let's look at it this way for a second. If you put yourself in the shoes of the prosecution, it's better to throw Dragnet out and get as much data as you possibly can if you know buried in that data somewhere is that smoking gun that you just mentioned.
Right.
And you flood them with data so there's no possible way they can find it. And then
And
bam, you spring it on them at trial and they're screwed.
And they can't say that you didn't send it to them because technically you did. Okay,
Right.
so 1 terabyte gives you the option of storing roughly 250,000 photos taken, on a 12 megapixel camera, or 250 videos, or 500 hours of HD video. Oh shit, or 6.5 million document pages.
Jesus. So most of that's got to be video.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's what it says, just audio and video, just in the 51 terabytes. Everything else was the 10,000 pages of reports and all that. That is insane. Cotton Gin,
Well, you
how
got
are
to
you?
think of all the street cams. I mean, the ones that are run by, the county, the city.
Right.
Then all the doorbell cams. Then all the police officer cams.
WSU cameras. All those. All from the college.
Probably cams from his apartment building.
Well, now, why did they word it this way? 51 terabytes of audio, video, media files. Well, audio, video files are media files. What other media would there be?
I don't know.
That's one thing about this case that I've noticed in a lot of the documentation. You really got to read shit 3 times because they're being very careful about the words that they choose to use.
I mean, just look at the PCA.
Oh,
It's completely out of order, in
Yeah.
my opinion. Hey, D22. Okay, so it has been only 4,505 hours, 51 minutes since 4 a.m. November the 13th. Wow. It's literally 6 months, or a few days past 6 months.
Wow.
Tomorrow would be 6 months and a week.
K-Bird, I was wondering the same thing last week if any of those kids were wearing Apple Watches.
Do you think they're gonna live stream this this trial?
I hope they do.
We went through that right before you jumped on. I don't. I think if they're saying no now, they're going to say no right to the end.
Really? Yeah.
I think so. Unless he gets a lot of pressure from the right people.
I will say that one of the families of one of the victims is saying that, they had said this a while back, that they wanted it live streamed because they wanted everybody who has been following this case to be able to see justice being served for these kids.
Nice.
So that's what they had said back then. So
I try to stay away from current events in here as much as I possibly can. But this case does not fit a media narrative that really fits the other narrative that seems to be happening.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think they really want to get in a whole lot of attention because it doesn't make anybody hate each other. You know, they'd rather have a black-white racist thing somewhere, on TV than this.
But do they not want the media attention? Is it because they're trying to hide something?
No, I just think
I
think they just want to keep the media hot on everything that pisses everybody off right now. And this isn't this isn't the black guy getting choked out on the subway or a mass shooting that's racially motivated or, it seems to be the narrative lately in the media is everything that's out there just makes somebody hate somebody else as a group. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, this isn't a CNN trial.
Right.
Yeah.
This is something that calls for actual justice, not a Mickey Mouse clown court, like everything else seems to be right now.
They could make a lot of money off of this trial, though.
I agree.
If there's,
I agree. I think they could pay-per-view the son of a bitch and probably make a fortune because there's a lot of people that would pay to watch it in real time.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think they should do that for the victims' families. I think if there's a clear-cut victim involved, live stream it and charge for it, and give them the money.
Either give them the
exactly.
money or do a scholarship in the kids' names with the money.
Well, I just feel Court TV shouldn't be able to make no money off it.
Well, I agree. They're more of an.
And if they do, if I was one of the families, I'd sue.
Yeah, unfortunately, that whole.
I'd want to have my camera in there if anybody's going to have a camera. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
And then media have to pay for it.
Unfortunately, that's not the way the world works.
Well, I think all our courts should have video documentation, video audio, all of them.
I mean, because it is the courts are supposed to be for public viewing, right?
Right.
Yeah, you are supposed to be able to walk into any courtroom and sit down in the gallery.
This is almost going to be like a Tyson Holyfield event,
Yeah. I'm just wondering because I don't know anything about the DA, so I'm wondering how how he does in court. Like, is he one of these that gets up and gets loud in the courtroom and presents his case, or is he just one of these that's like, okay, here's the evidence that we have? And because I can fully see Ann Taylor getting up and grabbing everybody's attention.
Is that Kohberger's
Yeah, that's his main
lawyer?
counsel. And then
Okay.
he's got this other lady that has came in now as his co-counsel. She's not a public defender, but she is supposed. She claims that she's the best criminal defense attorney in the state of Idaho.
Don't tell me they're like both freaking hot.
You'd have to talk to Vapor and Stevie about that.
Like, don't even tell me. His
I haven't seen him, so I don't know.
Smoking hot.
Eh.
All right, Vapor, tell us.
Yeah, come on, Vapor. You're not shy.
Them two is always the two going back and forth about Ann Taylor.
I hate to even say that, like to even mention that, but this is gonna be so. There's gonna be so much publicity with this case.
Vapor says, "LOL, little liar is a pig."
But
tell us how you really feel, brother.
But just think of this, though. Bryan has wanted all of this attention from all these females for years, and now he's going to get to sit down between two women who actually have to pay attention to him.
Right.
Yeah, you brought that up last night. I was thinking about that today. I guarantee you this guy, when he lost all that weight and got buff and in shape and whatever, he feels like women owe him attention. I think that's the end of the, I don't want to use the word spectrum, but it really is. That's the end of the spectrum that he's on.
Yeah.
That's the way he acts.
Yeah.
I mean,
for sure. And he's just, and it even said it in the preview of the Dateline thing that we watched a minute ago, that ego that he's got.
Oh, he's definitely got an ego.
Yeah. So he is not only eating up the attention from these two female attorneys that he has, but he's eating up the attention from just everybody following the case, on top of the fact that he thinks that he's going to be able to beat the case, and that he's smarter than everybody else. So the ego is just going to end up blowing the dude's head up. Seriously, like a massive balloon.
You think his ego is going to push him into wanting to testify?
I can see him wanting to.
I was thinking about that again today after our conversation last night. I think he's going to push for it. I mean, if those attorneys are worth their weight in salt, they're never going to let him.
Right. I can see him wanting to, just because of the fact that whatever they're presenting as far as like the evidence from the prosecution, and I can see him getting up and saying, okay, no, what you have is wrong. This is how it was, and telling his story to try to make people believe him. And I don't think his attorneys are going to let him, but I can see him wanting to. Coffee Cake, how are you? Vapor, can you hear us okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I do hear an echo, though. Okay, I don't hear it no more.
Is it there now?
No, everything's good now. I don't hear it.
Yeah, I'm never going to have anything nice to say about Little Liar.
Oh, that's classic.
It's never going to happen. She's a lying sack of shit.
Well, I wonder about the other one, though.
The other one's pretty cute, but I think her ego's bigger than Kohberger's.
Yeah, claiming that she's the best criminal defense attorney in the state of Idaho.
Yeah, who says that?
She did.
But I mean, who? If you're really good at something, there's got to be a little humility in there somewhere, right?
Not to mention that if you're that good, then your peers would be saying it, not you.
Right. Exactly.
Well, I think that her ego is coming from the fact that she got this dude off of 4 life sentences plus 50-year sentence, um, and made the court believe that the state's witness misidentified her client.
So
It,
one court case makes you the best.
I mean, I think that's probably where it's coming from, because that's the only case that I've heard anything about that has to do with her.
In my opinion, the only thing that proves is that you're better than the lawyer he had before you.
Right?
Yeah. Hey, Kenny, how are you?
Which would have been great if it would have been Ann Taylor.
True.
So is she like the top defense lawyer for the state of Idaho, or
That's what she's claiming. But that's the only person I have seen to say that about her is her own self. It's literally, I think, on her, was it her website that I was
think
looking
so.
at? It says that she's the top criminal defense attorney in the
so
state.
she thinks she's the shit is basically
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Little Liar is a public defender, but the other one is not. She doesn't work for the public defender's office.
No. No, she's just I guess you would consider it a private attorney.
A defense attorney. That's the type that's pretty much out for money.
Yeah. And
what is it, like $200 an hour that she's getting?
yeah, but she could get a lot more if this was a private case and she wasn't taking it on with the public defender's office. I mean,
I wonder how her and Ann are going to get. How well are they going to get along?
They must be friends. Otherwise, I mean, I would have assumed that Little Liar was the one that wanted to bring her in.
That's what I was thinking, that maybe Ann Taylor knew her, maybe might have worked together on other cases or something like that, and suggested bringing her one as well. Because, I mean, they've done brought 2 attorneys generals in for the state.
Well, here's a fun fact for you. In the state of Idaho, there are only 33 attorneys listed as qualified to defend someone in a death penalty case.
Right. And Ann Taylor, if I'm not mistaken, is the only one that is in northern Idaho.
For the public defender's office.
Yeah. Yeah, for the public
this
defender.
is attorneys, period.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say attorneys, period. The public defenders, I thought they said they only had like 12.
Yeah, there's probably not very many.
I thought it was something less than that, like 6 or something.
Ann Taylor is in District 1, and there's only one other attorney in District 1. And that is a Jay Logsden.
And he's on the case too.
And he's been co-counsel before, but never the main counsel.
Wasn't the coroner lady, wasn't she, she's got the death penalty thing too?
Who?
The coroner, the lady.
The Kathy Mabbitt.
Oh, she might be death qualified attorney also.
I know she.
I thought I heard that.
I know she's criminal defense because oh shit, what is the guy's name? We were talking about him the other night.
She's not listed on this list.
She was the attorney for the guy that got arrested not long after the murders happened. I can't remember his name, but he was like a construction worker or something like that.
I put the link to that list in the back chat.
Okay. Let's see here. I know
they were questioning the conflict with that, right?
Yeah, that's why she's Little Liar.
Yeah.
Okay,
because she represented Maddie's dad and stepmom, and she represented Xana's mom.
Right.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, so this is Capitol Council roster. Let's see, 30 of them?
Yeah, 30.
Yeah, some of them have been lead, some are co-counsel. Let's see, some of them are lead, appeal post-conviction, and then co-counsel, appeal post-conviction.
Ann Taylor's the only one qualified under lead trial, or has had a lead. I don't know if what the qualifications for that would be lead trial, but I would assume that she's led the defense team for at least one other case, and this other
Yeah.
guy has not.
Okay, because I know that the Jay Logston guy, he's did the litigation for this. That's how he puts himself out there in some of these court documents.
So he's co-counsel.
Yeah,
and that's what it says here.
That he was doing litigation work or whatever, but now that they have pulled in this other lady, this Eliza or Alyssa, however you say her name, Masseth lady, she is now the co-counsel.
Hey, Big Al.
What's her name? Eliza?
Hold on.
Masseth?
Yeah, Masseth.
Yeah, she's District 3.
Okay, I just dropped her name in the back chat.
Or maybe that's just it's
it.
their district of residence. Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at. It's on that list I just sent you.
Yes, District 3, but she can only be co-counsel.
Well, that's just where they reside now. Are they only allowed to try these cases where they reside?
No, because Little Liar is coming out of her district to do this one.
Yeah, because she's in Kootenai County, out of Coeur d'Alene. So
is she one of these that's doing it for the publicity? Is that the gist of what everybody gets out of her? Because I don't really know anything about her.
Somewhere through the grapevine, I think we heard she wants to run for judge.
Ann Taylor, yeah. Now the Masseth woman, I don't really know anything about the Masseth woman other than she got the guy off of the conviction. That's the only thing that I know of about her.
Well, I'm sure Kohberger's hoping she gets him off too.
And let's see,
of the conviction, I mean.
Yes.
And she might be getting him off every night he goes to sleep.
Well, he looks that twisted.
Yeah.
And see, John Thomas, and then the James Archibald. That was the two that was for Vallow. They're both District 7. That's the only ones though that I've actually heard of.
Who's going to represent Charles, or not Charles, Daybell?
He's got a private attorney.
Oh, how nice of him.
Yeah, his is John Pryor is his attorney. And John Pryor now owns Daybell's house.
Bread to kill.
Let's see, all the co-counsel are becoming
I love this chat.
I read that stuff
really
a long time ago.
Thanks, Brad. I needed that laugh for real.
Oh, fuck you.
That was funny.
Can I just say too, like, praise Lost for like keeping up on all these cases. Like,
I don't know how she does it.
I don't know how she does it either. Like,
very little sleep.
Yeah, well, you're awesome, and
Thank you.
I think everybody needs to recognize that. Like,
yeah, very, very little sleep.
Yeah, very little sleep is the only excuse, because I don't get any sleep either. And after a certain amount of time, you don't retain shit. So you got something special going on up there on your little hamster wheel.
That's why I have to write everything down.
Well,
because if I write it, I tend to remember it better than just reading it. And because I read too much, or I'm, like if we're watching something on YouTube and I don't write notes down, I will completely forget it. So it has a lot to do with writing it all down and being able to remember it. And,
well, we appreciate you. So just.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And Troll pushing me too. I have to get Troll credit, y'all, because
Does Troll sleep? Or
very, very little.
only when he's supposed to watch the StreamYard.
Yeah, and then he goes to sleep.
Iris
He's
made
like,
Iris made an interesting comment in the chat.
Troll's like, wake up. You gotta keep up.
See, in my opinion, the two roommates received immunity in exchange for their testimony. A good thought. Tell grand jury also operates, but oddly enough, hearsay is admissible.
Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot in a grand jury proceeding that's not admissible.
Hold on, let me read this message.
So Kohberger was supposed to have a preliminary hearing, but there was a grand jury that basically indicted him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that slid in out of nowhere.
Well, Big Al, I had put in chat earlier, the reason why I thought they waited so long to do the grand jury was to get all their ducks in a row and all their evidence as much as they could lined up, just in case he didn't waive his right to a speedy trial and they had to rush to a trial.
That's a solid theory.
I mean, with his own words saying he's eager to be exonerated, who knows? I mean, you know, with all of the evidence that is supposedly been given to the defense, they may be looking at that going, there's no way, if we make them hurry, there's no way they can get their shit together in time to do this. But I think that maybe, like I said, I think maybe that's why they waited so long to do the grand jury, until they knew they had enough that if they did get rushed to it, that they could still put on a good case.
Yeah, but with the grand jury, you can show what, like you were saying earlier, you can show evidence that you can't show in a regular trial.
Right.
So to me, that, you know, you think one way, I think another. You know, with the data dump that they held and held and held, and then dropped it at the last second, and then do the grand jury right after that. Something in that seems hinky to me.
I think they were waiting on some more DNA.
Nah, DNA should have been done for everybody within like 8 weeks max.
I don't know how many. I don't know how many swabs they took or how many. I mean, you know, we don't know. I don't know how backlogged some of these places could have been if they would have sent it to their lab and then they had to send it out to somebody else like they did with the sheath. I mean, I don't know.
And you would think with so much blood, like that's all we kept hearing about was how much blood. I mean, there's literally blood pouring out of the building. I mean, that you would think they would have so much DNA. You know.
Yeah, but how much of his did they have?
Well, I mean, if they have any
question.
of his mixed with anybody else on that scene,
Right.
it doesn't really matter. He's done.
But I mean, have we?
You
heard
gotta think they had a party just the night before with over 100 people there. There's tons of DNA.
Oh
yeah, they had to swab every White Claw in the house.
Right.
Sorry, I just don't see White Claw as alcohol.
No,
give me a shot of freaking tequila.
My day was what? Wine coolers and Cisco.
I remember tricking my old man into buying me Sun Country wine coolers because they sold them at the grocery store, and he didn't realize there were actually wine in them.
Do you remember Goldenschlager?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I sell 2 to 3 bottles a week. People still drink that disgusting shit, and I don't know why.
I know.
It's not bad.
Oh.
Once you're drunk.
If I'm gonna drink something cinnamon, give me some Fireball.
Give me Everclear, some moonshine, 151 Bacardi.
Yeah, and you won't remember shit.
Okay, y'all. I got a question for y'all real quick.
Okay, shoot.
Before I forget. What do y'all think that his motive was?
Kohberger's
Yes.
rejection.
You think?
Hot chicks that he couldn't
That's
get
what
a
I
hold
think.
of.
That's
I
my thoughts exactly.
Okay.
I say from the beginning, if it was Kohberger, because I still presume him innocent, that it was SA in nature, and he was targeting Maddie. And I've said that from the very beginning.
Okay. Do y'all think that this is something that he's like thought about before he started like the college out at DeSales University? Because, you know, that's where he was studying under the Catherine Ramsland lady that's in with the BTK guy.
Yeah.
Do y'all think that he might have been thinking about this before that, and that was the reason why he went to that college to study under her to learn how to possibly do this and maybe get away with it?
I think, in my opinion, this is not his first act of taking a life.
I've thought that too.
Something about the coldness, the temperature of his eyes.
Just the fact that it was 4 kids, like,
Yeah,
it's
I mean, to kill one person has to be hard enough.
right,
To kill 4, you might need a little experience to get through that.
right. And see, that's where the whole the Oregon case comes in. What we were talking about last night, the Oregon and the Washington case. It was, you know, the Washington case was first. It was just the older lady. I think she was 70 years old, but it happened the same way, late at night with a knife. And then was it a year later, the not Eugene, Oregon, but the Oregon one happened middle of the night with a knife. One person dies. The wife survived. And it was almost like, well, he got away with maybe those 2, so he's going to step it up and try it again. And, you know, this time he gets called.
The weird thing to me is, and I'm sure we've all heard this, you know, being true crime freaks. A knife is like one of the most personal ways to take a life.
Right. I mean, just you're literally at arm's length.
Yeah, you're on top of someone.
Right.
You know,
Well,
how
I
many
think about the incidences you just spoke about, the old lady and the couple that got attacked. Those are kind of easy to be verified. If he was in Pennsylvania at the time of those happening,
Yeah.
there's no way he could have drove 2,000 miles to go do what was done.
But do we really know that he was in Pennsylvania during that time?
Well, that's what I say. It's easy verifiable. If he was in school, he just had class that day, and he was in school the next day, then there's no way he could have went there and came back in that time.
Like, okay, so like the Washington one, I could see him not being able to do that. King Scarlet, have a good night. But the Oregon one, it happened, was it August of 2021? I believe it was. He would have had to have gone out to Washington to tour the school, find out like his living situation, classes. So when would he have went out there to do all that? Would it have been in 2021? Like, would he have known that far ahead of time?
But that's what I'm saying. You could still verify it. You could go through like ATM, credit card records to see if he bought gas or if he booked a flight.
But I wonder
So
if
many
they've
ways to
done
verify
that.
it.
I wonder if they've done that though, because they came out early. Like whenever those cases had been brought up, they just automatically shut it down. It was like he had nothing to do with it. Like they're not connected. And they were saying that they wasn't connected. If I'm not mistaken, before they ever arrested him.
Yeah, but they said everybody else was, checked out and they weren't, suspects. So the very first week or 2 days or whatever.
Just, in my opinion, super quick. All right, let me bring Brad up real quick. Brad, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, the farthest point is like five hours or so from Moscow to the farthest point of any of those three situations, let's say.
Yeah, I can't remember what part of Oregon it was in. I just remember I
It
think
was
that was
Salem, Oregon,
Salem.
and the other one starts with a W in Washington. It's kind of a odd one to pronounce. Give me 1 second.
Walla Walla?
Something kind of like that, but not. I'll find it.
Was it Washougal?
Oh, say that again. That sounds right.
Was it Washougal?
That sounds right, actually. Washougal, Washington, or something. Let's see.
So, can I ask you guys something? Do you think that he was, whether it was like the coffee shop or he just saw one of them in passing, do you think he was fixated on one of them and showed up to the house and was like, I need to take care of everybody else here?
Yeah, Washougal is correct, actually. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good.
But yeah, the first one was
it was in June of 2020, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And then the other one was August of 2021.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, they're all like exactly 14 months apart. Two of them are on the 13th, which would be the first one, I believe, and the third one, which would be Idaho.
And they found the one in Washington, they find the lady on the 14th, like the early morning of the 14th.
Yeah, and I think they, but they were still presuming that it happened, like between the hours of, I think, about the same time frame. But this article that I have here doesn't actually tell me that, because they kind of like, after they discredited it, after Ellie discredited the story more or less, it turned into a story about that. Like, they mentioned their names, but it didn't go into very great detail. But Sandra's the first name. I don't know why I'm still not finding it here, because I was just on it. But yeah, Sandra Ladd, 71, was the first, and she was by herself. And I seem to remember there being dogs involved with a couple, one or two of them, where the dog also was not harmed, just like in Idaho.
I think that was the second one. I believe because there was the couple that was attacked, and then they were supposed to be leaving like the next morning, I believe, going to Hawaii, and they had somebody else was in the house, and I want to say that person was going to be there, basically house sitting and pet sitting.
That's correct.
And the dog didn't get hurt.
Yeah. So the second one, both of the couple, the two that were a couple, they both got stabbed like 17 or more times. Yeah. And the female survived thanks to her man, apparently.
She got stabbed 19 times.
Yes.
Survived it.
Yeah, and survived it. Yeah. Amen to that. You know what I mean? In spite of it all.
That's crazy.
And then the person that was supposed to be house sitting was completely unharmed and may have, if I recall correctly, may have disturbed. They thought that the perpetrator split out once they found out. If they heard someone wrestling around or whatever.
Right.
But and then the third one we all know about as much as they're allowing us anyway.
Right. But can you imagine the lady in Oregon that survived this, because they haven't solved that case? She's got to be scared every time she hears of a case happening like this around there.
Yeah, we talked about that before, and I say absolutely.
Got to be worst PTSD ever.
Exactly.
Can you imagine? I mean, does it feel like to any of you that it's remotely possible that that could be a chain of coincidences? It with the same day of the month, literally like
The same
14
way and all that.
months apart. Yeah, all by knife, all by well, we don't know how many in the latest. Let's say if they were actually connected, but they almost immediately put the quash on that as soon as people started bringing it up, and
That's what I'm saying. I think that they said that they wasn't connected before Brian was ever arrested. If I'm not mistaken.
I feel like it was after the fact, actually.
Okay, it could have
And,
been.
and my personal feeling is that, if it's not fitting their narrative with their, person they already got, then, that was kind of an open door for me. But, I guess I'm easily suspicious when it comes to their words, though, too. You know what I mean? I know better. I know they propagandize, and I know that they do what they do, and I would like to believe half of the shit that they're saying like anyone else, but I just don't, at least not without some logic
I
involved.
agree with you. Like that could have been the precursor to what he was going to do.
Well, each one of those events is a graduated thing, which is what it would be like if you were a budding serial killer, I imagine. You know what I mean? You're going to do one the first time. Now that's no longer satisfying to you or whatever. And now you're doing two, and the next time, I don't know what the plan was. I mean, it ended up being 4 people. But if there is any relation, like truly, but I just find it highly conspicuous to me that, and like, how is there not some kind of, how can you say there's no possible connection there? And the only reason that I come up with in my logical mind is that they can't place their current suspect in those places. You know what I mean? And what they directly say is that they investigated it and that they found no evidence to be able to connect them.
And like Tina Marie says in the chat, they always have a pattern talking about SKs, and look at the similarities between the 3.
Exactly.
It might not have been the same amount of victims, but there's too many similarities for them not to thoroughly investigate to make sure that they are not connected.
I just had an even deeper little epiphany just now, which is, the second time it was a couple.
Right. Yeah.
And maybe the motivation for the third one was also a couple.
Because if y'all remember, whenever I had talked about this before, it was he was arrested, and it possibly being an NSK, and a lot of people were saying, no, I don't think it is. But the first one was just like you're saying, just one person. The second one, he bumped it up to 2, but 1 survived, and that kind of messed up his plan. So the third time,
it made the new plan. Exactly.
Right. So the third time would have been only 3 victims possibly, but because 1 survived in the second one, he had in order to keep his numbers, he had to go for 4. And
now that you got that on your mind, who's the one person that everyone agrees probably shouldn't have been there and was cannon fodder in all this?
Kaylee.
Huh?
What was your question? Who shouldn't have been there?
Okay, well, I think the person that I've been hearing over and over about who was probably just happened to be there and got caught up in it and probably wouldn't have otherwise would be Ethan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but Kaylee also, because, I mean, she had basically done moved out, but.
Yeah.
Right.
But if the motivation was a couple, then it might have been, it could have been the only couple that was there.
Wasn't there a party at the house that night?
No, it was the night before.
It was the night before, that's right.
The night before. And White Widow Baby saying, or it could have been a copycat.
And I'm not necessarily saying I believe all this. I just think that the quote unquote air quotes coincidences are pretty astounding when you come to mathematical possibility it becomes like trying to win the lottery, in my opinion.
It's crazy, the similarities. Like
Mhm.
how can you have so many similarities and not think that there's a chance that they could be connected?
And I've had a feeling in my heart this whole time that, like someone just said moments ago, I think it was Big Al, that, whoever did this, it's not their first time, and if there's an absence, if there's a real absence of evidence, like I was mentioning last night, if there's a absence of physical evidence that should be there, which, like, conglomerately speaking, like I asked you guys last night, like it was a control question, you know what I mean? Like, just what do you think about, would they or would they not leave this out? Because I'd already brought it up elsewhere and was chastised pretty hard about it, which I won't get into. But point is that, that, like, I definitely believe, like, I've opened some doors in my life that can't ever be shut when I was a teenager. Okay. Let's say. And so I definitely believe in the universal thought process, and so, like, another for instance of that to me would be the 8-hour gap, that no matter which part of the pendulum that you're on, or the balance of things, everyone agrees that 8-hour gap is a problem. Like,
It's
there's
a
a that's a problem.
huge problem.
Doesn't matter if you solidly think that he's guilty, or if you solidly think that he's innocent, or if you solidly don't make that assertion, you know what I mean? If you just stay in the middle, let's say on the fence, which is what I've been trying to do my best at, and that's the way I see it. Like, there's and like, even the most hardcore people that I've been on their channels watching, that are just like, there's like, you're gonna have to prove it to me, because otherwise he's a done deal.
Right.
Even those people still say that they're not really thinking about it, I don't think, but they're still questioning that 8-hour gap, and what and who could have been doing stuff besides other people in the back of their mind. There's
And
just
not only the 8-hour gap, but, like, we all saw the size of that house, right? It's a pretty small house. It's basically like, what, like 3 condos on top of each other. So if the people on the top floor got stabbed, and the people on the second floor got stabbed, and then the guy walking out walks by the person on the ground floor by the kitchen, and then there's 2 people sleeping on the bottom floor, it doesn't make sense that nobody did anything for 8 hours.
or that other people weren't really, like, seriously hearing stuff, especially when one of the victims allegedly, like, lost most of 2 of their fingers in a scuffle. Like,
Yeah, but, like, the first stabbing that happens, you would think everybody in that house is going to hear something. It's a small house.
yeah, and I heard that
That's the problem I have.
vape. Sorry, vape, or not vape, Philly. My bad. Yeah, one of the things that I had heard that I don't know if is actually the case, maybe someone can clear it up for me right now, is that I think it was Ethan that they said got a hamstring, or Achilles tendon cut. And I don't know if that's really true or not, but when I first heard that, I immediately thought of, like, that's kind of a military move, you know what I mean? Like, that's not something that just everybody knows.
That's a move you'd make if you're on the ground.
Exactly.
I mean, you're not reaching down to hamstring somebody like that. I mean, that's taking a risk. You're basically exposing the back of your head to whoever you're fighting.
Especially, well, yeah, but at that point, he's fighting 2 people.
Right.
Yeah, well, at the point that Achilles tendon gets cut, that person's no longer mobile.
Oh no, they're not moving. No, they're not moving. I've
And
seen
that's-
someone tear it. I can't imagine how ugly it is when they get cut.
Yeah.
It drops you like a rock. You know, my old man always used to say, it can be a coincidence until it makes too much sense.
Right. And you can learn those things from any internet page, probably anywhere. You know what I mean, too. So there's that.
Once it starts making too much sense, it's probably not a coincidence anymore.
Yeah, which is why I don't understand how, I don't. I just have a hard time believing that those three events aren't probably likely related. And then the next thing I think about when I think about that is how there's 60 plus agents from the FBI put on this case. Like, in my opinion, at that point, you're looking for Hannibal Lecter or something. You know what I mean? You're not just looking for a guy in a white Elantra or whatever.
Well,
sounds like more than one person, doesn't it?
It sounds like, yeah, because like normal FBI cases that I've been kind of looking at, Memphis 3, for instance, they had like 1 or 2 agents per person on that case. And so I don't know what they have 60 agents for or what they don't, any more than anybody else, but it does get my brain if I can click and, excuse my French.
No, you're good. But just think of this though. If that is true, because of course, like you said, we don't know about the Achilles tendon and all that.
Right. Or any of it really.
Right, true. But if that would have happened, that person would have been screaming. I just do not believe that Dylan didn't hear anything.
So would a person having their fingers nearly severed off.
Right? Yeah, and I've said that.
Like shock will keep you from screaming for a second, because you're looking at it and you're like, Because I've got
I just think of
before.
But the
party house. The party house, everybody's going to hear screaming and yelling every time they have a party. And if the night before they had over 100 people, it's just normal. You're just going to shrug it off. Oh, they're having a party again.
I think a scream where somebody's getting murdered though would be a different. I would think than a party. Yeah. I think it would be, especially if your Achilles tendon is getting cut.
And there's like 8 other people in the house, and someone is literally getting murdered. Like,
yeah.
I feel like
a different scream that people are gonna.
Yeah, I think it would be a different, and especially you have Ethan and this. If Bryan is the person who done it, as big as Bryan is and as big as Ethan is, you got 2 large guys going at it, possibly fighting, because Mr. Gonzalez said there was a hell of a struggle on that second floor. I once again don't see how Dylan didn't hear anything, and even possibly Bethany down on the first floor, hitting floors and walls and everything else.
Yeah, my immediate rationalization for that only comes to what they did state in the PCA, which was a state of shock and fear, more or less. And
what was it? What was it about him? Me personally, if I see a guy walking through my house at 4 something in the morning that I don't know in a mask, I get being scared. She's young. I get that. But what scared her so bad after she heard all this other stuff that she couldn't call 911?
Well, let me say this, Lost. What broke that rationalization that I had for me, absolutely, is what you said last night, which is that in the PCA, she says that she saw him leave the door, right?
Right.
And
it says walking towards the back door.
Okay. So then I guess there's a possibility maybe she just didn't know if he really left or not, but that kind of ended that rationalization for me a little bit.
I mean, but she locks herself in her room. I'm sure she has a cell phone. I mean, they said that there was the 911 call was made from a surviving roommate's phone from inside the house.
Correct.
Why not call? I get lock yourself in your room if you're scared and all that, but still, why not call the police? And just even if it's just because you're scared and you don't want to come out of your room and you can't get in touch with your roommates, have the police come and go through the house and make sure everything's okay because you saw this guy in your house.
Right. What I found very interesting about Mr. Gonzalez's interview that was released yesterday, I guess, was, that he said at least 3 times that he wanted to see for sure that the real person was the real person.
And a lot of people took that as him having doubts.
Here's this, like he's got a lawyer, so he's got a prepared statement. You can bet on that. Like he knows his P's and Q's and where he's going and where he's not going. So that could squash all that right there. But I think that, he, obviously he's stated that he's got private info that, he wanted to talk about that they didn't let him talk about. And what the family mentioned, on the side was that people got cleared too quickly, so maybe those assumptions got cleared up for him because he said that he was talking to one of them and the other one was talking to someone else, more or less. He didn't come right out and say that, but he hypothesized in a way that sounded like that was the case. So, and I'm not trying to blame anyone necessarily, but to overlook stuff, I think, is a little kooky too. You know what I mean? In spite of anyone's gender or age or anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I still keep coming back to the fact that this is supposedly his first act of violence. He used a knife. Somehow he got through killing 4 people, and no one heard or saw anything. No one called the cops. This guy can't be a rookie. There's just no way.
And you're talking about someone who has 0 criminal history whatsoever. Right. 0. Andy was a PhD student, in criminology. And he's driving his car around pinging all over and cameras all over and back and forth and back in the morning, and none of that makes sense to me for an educated person or even a relatively educated person. I didn't even graduate high school and I'm smarter than that. Straight up.
Let me ask y'all this. Dylan claims that she thought that the noises that she was hearing was a party that was said at one time. So if she thought that it was a party going on, or they had the other roommates had friends over that was making all the noise or whatever, then what scared her so bad?
Wasn't that kind of hearsay though?
Yeah, I don't think it was
from
ever
sources
proven.
or whatever.
Yeah, so,
but it wasn't in paperwork or anything.
Right, but I was just curious of if that was true. Why would she get so scared?
I wonder if Dylan was interviewed more than once, and if her story changed.
I think she was interviewed more than once, for sure.
One of my problems is I know that they're allowed to omit and hide stuff that's not in the PCA and all that, but at what point did the story change and which one was not the truth is kind of how I feel about it. And we should be able to believe that the one in the PCA is the truth because they're not allowed to lie.
Right.
But I don't know, man. And just like Steve Gonzalez said, the truth is what needs to happen, regardless of whatever that is and whoever's feelings it hurts because they thought otherwise. It's.
Mm-hmm. I think the statement that he made, as far as we want to make sure that this is the person, or however it was that he said it verbatim. I don't think it was him saying that and him having doubts. I think I took it as him wanting to make sure that this is the person who done this because these kids need justice.
Absolutely.
And especially with it being a death penalty case or possibly going to be a death penalty case. We want to make sure that this is a person in they go to death row and the kids get justice and we can begin to heal. That's what I took from it. Not that, he's not confident that this is the person or he has doubts or whatever.
Yeah.
As some people took it.
Yeah. So how if this documentary that just came out last night or whatever, if that documentary includes evidence unknown to us and not in the PCA, then how is a gag order in effect? I know I heard you mention that, but I didn't hear an answer.
What documentary came out last night?
Dateline did.
Dateline, and I haven't seen it, but I have heard other people also claim that that there's proof of a purchase of a knife on Amazon and stuff like that. So
yeah, the knife and the sheath on Amazon, and and I haven't got to watch it. We did watch a 2-minute trailer of it earlier, but it was someone else had said about a crime that he had committed before the murders. And people were saying in chat that it was the one with the girl who he was friends with at WSU, where someone had broken into her apartment and she's telling Bryan about it and asked about security cameras and stuff like that. And he ends up installing the cameras and they thought he was stalking her through the cameras.
Oh,
well,
wow. Oh.
Want me to tell you the one way that I think everybody can be right?
How's that?
And that's if if Bryan was he was involved but unaware that he was going to be the fall guy, then maybe he's not worried so much about being dumb.
I agree with you because I think there's more than one person involved.
I've been screaming that from
then it starts to make sense.
I mean, one person goes upstairs on the 3rd floor, kills 2 people, nobody hears anything. Goes to the 2nd floor, kills 2 more people, and then walks downstairs and walks by Dylan? Is it Dylan? Walks by Dylan, and she's just like, oh, somebody's walking by me. Meanwhile, this dude has blood all over him. And he's not walking normal at that point, right? He just killed 4 people. It makes no sense that he just walks out the sliding glass door and she just goes to bed for 8 hours.
I mean, I personally can't think of any reason to leave a witness unless you want him to be able to tell a story. That's it.
If you're already willing to kill 4 people, what's another 1 or 2 at that
especially point? The one that you saw in the hallway, if he did or whoever did.
I'm curious to know how far she opened her door when she saw him, because she claims that she opened the door 3 different times and on the 3rd time is when she saw him walking by. But did she just have the door cracked and just maybe it was dark in her room so he couldn't see her from the outside of the door, or was she literally door wide open and standing in the doorway? And he just, for whatever reason, was tunnel vision to the back door into the car.
I have a hard time with that.
You have her statement there? Because I thought she said she went back into her room. I mean, you'd have to go out of your room to be able to go back into it.
Yeah, hold on. I can get it real quick.
Didn't she open the door a couple different times?
Yeah.
Before she actually saw him?
She opened the door twice, and then on the 3rd time that she opened it is when she saw him walking by.
Okay.
All right, let me find Dylan's part. Okay. Give me just a second.
I think we're all thinking the same thing, that there's something missing.
Well,
because to us there is, no matter what, because we just don't know yet, right? I mean, that's one thing right there.
Yeah, but the story, the details that we are getting or that we have gotten so
Right.
far don't make sense.
Not altogether and hardly at all. Yeah, I agree.
Something is missing.
All right,
And
Billy.
most of everything you could debunk.
Go ahead, Ray.
No, I just said most of everything, like the car, if they don't have a license plate or a picture of an actual person in there, you can debunk that.
They might.
You know,
They
the
might.
the tower hit,
To play the devil's advocate, I guess.
the tower hits. He could pretty much be driving anywhere around in the town, and it would hit. He doesn't have to be necessarily in proximity unless they have him like actually on their Wi-Fi.
Which
And if
is
the
why
Wi-Fi is password protected, then that means he has to have the password to be able to be on the Wi-Fi.
Right,
Well,
but
the devices recognize each other, though, right?
It's gonna
Right
get a
out.
handshake. It'll get a handshake no matter what.
And that's what'll prove him within meters of the house, if so.
That's the only thing that I can put together with this crazy number of how much data there is they had to pull everything from every router in that town. I mean, they have to have a list of anything that his MAC address ever connected to in that town.
Well, I know my phone right where I'm at. You know, if I walk out of my house right now, I get about a third of a block, maybe half a block before it's gone. My Wi-Fi, that is.
Right.
Okay, real quick, Philly. Keep your paper over your camera because I'm fixing to drop the wall down so I can pull up the PCA.
Oh, okay.
Last thing we
Right.
need to do in this country right now is bring down any walls.
Well, I have to bring this one down so I can pull up the PCA
I was
because
teasing.
y'all can't see it.
My sad attempt at a joke.
You know what my saying is about that, Big Al?
What's that?
Walls keep people in too.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, where's it at? All right, so Dylan stated, and can everybody see this okay? If not, I can zoom it in a little bit more.
But I do agree with you on keeping them up, by the way. Even though I'd still like ultimately as a free human being, I feel like any borders or any borders that you can't cross freely doesn't mean you have freedom in the world.
Oh, I think you can cross them freely. There's just rules.
Exactly.
A society without rules is anarchy, and you can't have a welfare state and no borders.
I do agree that they're necessary. Don't get me wrong.
Country. Yeah, but whatever.
Difference between crossing and occupying.
All right. So Dylan claims that she originally went to sleep. I don't know why they worded it like that, but she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. And she was woken up at approximately 4 o'clock in the morning by what she stated sounded like Gonzalez. So at 4 o'clock in the morning is when they're claiming that Xana got the DoorDash delivery. And at 4:04 was the last time that the car was seen on camera going to the house. Okay, so according to them at that time, the suspect wouldn't be in the house. So by what she stated, it sounded like Gonzalez playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said that she heard who she thought was Gonzalez saying something to the effect that there's someone here. A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed that this could have been Kernodle, as her cell phone had indicated that she was likely awake using TikTok at approximately 4:12. Dylan states that she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anyone when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. So that's one time she's opened up the door. DM stated that she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then said that she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17, the security camera located at 1112 King Road, which is next door to the kid's house, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. If that camera picked that noise up, then there's no way Dylan didn't hear it. Just my opinion.
I agree.
Check this out too. Scroll back up to where the dog, and that's in my opinion. I would think, logically speaking, just from that alone, just pure logic, is that's when the struggle is happening with those that fought back.
Which one with the dog are you talking about?
I'm saying what the reported hearing that someone playing with the dog was probably noises on the floor.
Are you talking about the 4 o'clock one or the one or the second time she heard something?
The time that she heard the dog.
Okay, so the 4 o'clock one, if he was still seen on camera driving up at 4:04, I think the 4 o'clock one.
Okay, so then that's not possible according to the timeline. I get what you're saying.
Unless
I
someone
think,
dropped him off.
Yeah, but I think the 4 o'clock one, maybe the DoorDash person rang the doorbell and the dog barked because of it.
Also, they could be already in the house somehow too, right? I mean, that's possible.
I guess with that car driving around so much, you never know. I mean, if I still only think, it's just my opinion. I believe he did it all by himself. I don't think his ego would have allowed him with his background in the criminology. I mean, you don't bring somebody else into the fold of doing something like this and trying to get away with it. It's just a bigger risk.
There's a chance of somebody telling on you.
Oh yeah.
What if you're the one that? What if BK is the one that got brought into the fold and he's not even experienced at all?
Yeah, and like, how do you you literally stab 4 different people, and then you whisper to somebody, "It's okay, I'll take care of you." Like,
I mean, it still could have been Ethan.
I just feel like the only way that it all really starts to click and make sense that anyone could be that dumb to have the car and all those other things that were mentioned, and then if the statement, which is one of the reasons why I've been begging for someone to tell me how the statement has got credentials or not, about him asking if others were arrested at the time of being arrested for a quadruple homicide. Because the only reason you're really going to ask that question, in my opinion, is if you think that someone snitched you out, because that's the only way you'd be sitting there right now.
Or you want to cast more suspicion.
I mean, that's an outside possibility, in my opinion, but which is more probable if you think about it in a logical way?
I think your first theory is highly probable.
That he was unaware that he was getting to be the bad guy, even though he was involved, or at least had some knowledge.
I think he had some knowledge, and there probably is someone else involved.
Yeah.
Well,
and
I mean,
my first really gut feeling, which I was scared to air on this show, and I pre-qualified it before I ever said a word, and anyone's willing to go back to that and check it out. My first, and I was like, this is pretty outlandish, I have to admit myself, but it kind of like puts every piece into the puzzle for me, and kind of still it does. If he's reaching out to people on Reddit and asking them questions, maybe someone was like, hey man, let's meet up, and he somehow becomes a walking thesis, more or less. And I'm not saying it's necessarily that or that he isn't involved at all, but just that it doesn't make sense any other way to me that anyone with that much education in the Department of Criminology directly would ever make those mistakes unless they were completely intentional, which was what Lost and I had both thought of before on that very same show that I'm mentioning, I believe, which is that either you're trying to get caught so that you can beat a case and be able to talk about it and write books and everything else, or it's the other thing, like because then BK is no longer some dumbass that just made all these mistakes, and someone put him in, whether he was involved or not. You know what I mean?
agree. I agree. I don't think he was alone. Yeah, there's just no way.
And I also can't negate the possibility of someone actually being that stupid, because I watch a lot of true crime, and there's all kinds of people with receipts and on camera going into Walmart to buy the murder weapons and the cleanup stuff. So
Yeah.
Didn't what's his name?
Or what they Google.
Oh,
yeah, that too.
the Walsh guy. And didn't he go into a store and he was caught on camera buying cleaning supplies after he murdered his wife?
Yeah, like $500 worth of cleaning supplies.
The guy in Jersey,
And then all the stuff
Connecticut,
he Googled.
Yeah, that's happened in a bunch of cases. So people generally are that stupid. I just have a hard time believing that a criminology student would be.
Well, do you really think anybody at Walmart would find it odd that you go in and buy a shovel, a tarp, some duct tape, some rope, some alcohol? I mean, why would that be weird?
No, not at that point, probably not. But whenever someone comes up missing or murdered, and then they go to look and pinging phones, and he's at Walmart. Well, let's go grab Walmart surveillance footage, and then there's like this dude with a buggy full of cleaning supplies. I think it at that point it starts making them think that maybe this is the guy who done it.
They should flag when you buy X amount of different things that are like linked to it at the same time, like a shovel and duct tape
I'm
and
sure
zip ties.
AI probably is doing that.
Yeah, probably trying to keep up with something like that.
Well, try to catch them as soon as possible. They flag it right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly can't say. Someone just mentioned in the chat, Jenny 4, that after watching the new special, that they're back to thinking that he could have did it solo, and I don't think there's any way of negating that possibility either. But in the base root logical form, personally, I just can't come up with a more rational and logical conclusion, as like Spock would say on Star Trek or something. You know what I mean? If you take all the feelings and everything else out of it, and just like, and in that, like, someone who was it the last night, I think, that mentioned, maybe someone got so freaked out on some drugs that they just kind of freaked out and it happened. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I'm not saying at all that I think that that's how it went down. And in fact, like, I've thought long and hard about whether or not I thought it could be someone that didn't get hurt actually being like directly involved, and I mean like involved in the actual act, and I just can't see it. Maybe like third party involved. I mean, I could see maybe the outside chance of that, like,
there's something very fishy about the mistakes themselves. I agree with you 100%. Anyone with that background in education, as a PhD candidate, those mistakes don't make sense.
Right.
Because anybody who watches any kind of crime TV would think about things like cell phones. I mean, first and foremost, the cell phone thing just blows my mind. I mean,
yeah,
it's the fastest up and coming thing in law is digital data, and it's putting a lot of people in prison and getting a lot of people out of prison.
Yeah, for me, him being unaware of the fact that he was going to be purposefully implicated is the only way that it all makes sense to me. And like I said, whether or not he said were other people arrested is, that's kind of like a deal clincher for me, if in some ways. on that same logical train of thought.
Yeah,
Because you don't really have an interest. You don't really have an interest in busting yourself out. You know, there is no interest in busting yourself out by asking if others were arrested.
Well, I think about those two statements by the supposed statements by him in Pennsylvania, that the one about if anybody was arrested, and then also the one about he can't wait to be exonerated. Those are in opposition.
Yeah. Well, just the fact that, I mean, if he did say was somebody else arrested, well, was anybody else arrested? To me, that's an admission of guilt, in my opinion.
Right.
That's what I'm saying too.
Yep.
That's an admission of involvement to some degree, especially when they're telling you quadruple homicide, you're our guy. You know.
Yeah, well, I mean, if somebody broke it, if I didn't do it, and SWAT smashed my door down at 3:00 in the morning and grabbed me out of bed, and well, they would have been shot at. But either way, if I would have they'd have gotten me to the police department and told me what I was charged with. The first words out of my mouth wouldn't have been, "Has somebody else been arrested?" My words would have been, "Go fuck yourself. You're full of shit."
But
Right.
he
There's
wasn't.
just no way.
But y'all got to remember, though, he wasn't in bed. He was in the kitchen.
He was in the kitchen ditching more trash with gloves and baggies.
Yeah, putting all of his personal trash into individual baggies.
There's nothing weird about wearing gloves all the time.
But putting your personal trash into individual Ziploc bags?
Okay, that's a little creepy.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Like I can see the gloves if you're cleaning or something like that, and you don't want to get you don't want your hands to get irritated or whatever. But the whole personal trash in Ziplocs, it's going a little bit overboard.
I can personally say I've never met anyone that was that OCD. You know.
Where did that come from, though?
What?
The PCA.
Yeah.
The putting the stuff in the Ziplocs.
That wasn't a PCA, was it?
No,
I
it wasn't
think
in the
wearing
PCA
gloves.
because they did that to get the warrant. I think that was in the statements or something, or it was the warrant from the house that we got.
That cop.
Yeah.
What was his name? The cop out in Pennsylvania. Remember, he did an interview about what happened that night, and he said whenever they went into the house, that's where Bryan was at.
Okay.
But I can't remember the cop's name.
Well, then it's definitely in an official report somewhere then.
Well, I would believe it. If they're going in the house with a warrant, they got to have cameras going. So it would be more than that. Especially when they're pulling out a supposed quadruple homicide suspect.
Well, I had heard tonight hearsay, third party, don't know if it's true, might not be at all, far as I know, but something about the FBI does wear them, I guess. But I don't know about the validity of that, you know. And Pennsylvania, yeah, but the cams, body cams.
I honestly, truly believe that those body cameras are for interactions, not for searches. Anytime I've ever seen video of a search, they always have someone with a video camera of some sort. I don't think they use those body cams just willy-nilly like all the time.
Yeah, but they didn't go there. They went there to arrest him. It wasn't just a search. So they had to interact with him.
It would be interesting to see because I just.
We'll find out
what talking about
Tuesday?
data. They're again talking about data. I mean, look at what these police departments are spending to house all this video. You know, you got 200 officers on a force, per shift, and they're all running a body camera for say 6 of the 8 or 10 hours that they're on. That's a lot of freaking data.
Well, that body camera's not on all the time.
No, they have to physically activate it.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. If they work at a 10-hour shift and they get 6 hours of video, times 200 officers, And the quality on those things, I gotta say, it's getting pretty damn good.
Yeah.
I mean, they're heavy duty cameras. They're no joke anymore.
Okay, real quick, I just Googled it. And it says the Justice Department says that it will now require federal officers to wear body cameras when executing search warrants or making pre-planned arrests. And this was from June of 2021.
Oh, well, then I'm sure they've got it.
Yep.
Eventually, it'll be available to FOIA.
Yeah, Tonka made an interesting comment too, which I agree with. Like, if you're gonna try to ditch some garbage, you want to put it in a public garbage where no one's gonna notice it again, or something like that.
Not in your neighbor's garbage
Maybe a
at 4
burn
o'clock
pile.
in the morning.
Neighbor's garbage.
At like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Wow, cameras are spying on you.
Didn't his neighbor at the apartment say that he used to be up till all hours of the morning making all kinds of noise?
Yeah.
Yeah, vacuuming and stuff. Yeah.
That was the neighbors that lived on the first floor under him. They said that he would keep them up all night and keep their baby awake, but the lady says she didn't want to really say anything to him in case their baby kept him up at night at some point or whatever. I'd have been like, look, dude, you got to quiet it down. Like, do this at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, not at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
It's my worst nightmare, living underneath someone who's loud. I would lose my mind.
That's why I don't have neighbors.
I couldn't do it. There's no
I
way.
call the cops.
I couldn't do it.
I'm a cop caller.
I'd be
I
standing
heard
on
like
the
5
coffee table.
shots out my window the other night and get 911 in a heartbeat.
I'm gonna come bang on your fucking door. Kind of guy.
That's what I'm banging on the ceiling. I'd be standing on the coffee table punching the ceiling.
You might get a slug through the door.
Well,
I don't know if
people
I'd go that far, but I'd definitely be knocking.
People don't respect the people who live next to him, especially in apartment buildings. And obviously, he just didn't care about his neighbors to be making. I think she said it was vacuuming and making all different kind of noises and using. I want to say she said something about the garbage disposal.
Yep.
He used, and it was super loud in the middle of the night when everything else is quiet. They probably heard everything that went on in that apartment.
He was a clean freak, right? So he was constantly cleaning everything.
Mm-hmm. But when the hell did he sleep?
He made his family throw out a whole set of pans because the meat was cooked in it once, allegedly.
Right.
So that was the aunt and uncle when he went to visit.
Yeah.
I wonder where they're getting his vegan food from now.
I had family the same way though. If meat touched anything, they wouldn't use it.
And I'm also I don't think any vegan took out Buddy either, by the way. No vegan did that to Buddy. Some real sick bastard did that to Buddy and these people. And those two people could be the same person, but I do not believe that it could possibly be a vegan, because I've met so many, and that there's a reason that they're vegan. It's not always it's for their health too, but it's really because they like animals and they don't like Prince said, I don't eat anything with a face or a mama. You know.
I'll tell you what though, I'm so happy that because I live in Pennsylvania. I'm so proud of the fact that my tax dollars are being paid so Bryan Kohberger can eat his vegan whatever he's eating.
Right.
I mean, if it's not for health issues, if it's not him needing the vegan meal for health issues or for religious issues, he should eat what everybody else in that jail eats.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, I get the religious part of it. I completely get that. And if your religion says that you can only eat certain things, then I support that. And if it's for health problems, I support that too. But just because you're claiming to be vegan because you want to be vegan and you're in jail for killing 4 people, you're going to eat what everybody else in the jail eats.
Amen. Exactly. Yep.
PB&J is vegan, by the way.
Oh yeah, that's what I had seen. Allegedly, that's what he's been eating. Is a lot of peanut butter,
Good. Choke on your
and,
fucking jelly, dude.
and something else. There was something else that they said that he's been eating a lot of. But once again, we don't know if that's true or not.
As soon as they take him out of solitary, I got a feeling it's going to be ass.
And he's going to be eating a lot of dick when he gets to prison.
Yeah, he's not going to like it too much whenever he gets to prison. I think it's going to be a completely different.
Well, I don't know. It depends. Is he going to end up in a female prison or a male prison?
It doesn't really matter.
True.
That's possibly actually true too. Yeah.
But I mean, hey Violet, how are you? But okay, so let's say if he can't get a doctor to sign off on him needing the vegan food for health issues, and he can't produce something from a priest or a pastor or something like that saying that his religion requires him to eat vegan food, when he gets to prison, are they gonna give him vegan food?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
For it. Like,
But I thought he became a vegan because of health issues.
But wouldn't they
no,
need
wait.
to
He'll be back
produce
in
something?
Idaho. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he'll be in Idaho. But if it's a health, like some people can only eat certain things, like they can't have anything with gluten in it. So
I'm like celiac.
yeah. So if you get a doctor who says, okay, this person can't eat anything with gluten in it. So whenever if they were to go to prison, they have that doctor's orders. So the prison would have to accommodate them because it's a health issue. Well, if Bryan doesn't have a health issue that says he can only eat vegan food, and he doesn't have a religious part of it that says his religion only requires him to eat vegan food, are they going to give him vegan food because he's a vegan?
Negative. Not in Idaho. In Idaho, they will give him a healthy choice option or a vegetarian menu. There's no mention of vegan anywhere in.
So he would probably take
IDOC.
the vegetarian part of it. Then.
I would think so, but I know people that are vegan that laugh at vegetarians.
Really?
Yeah, they call them fakes and all kinds of crazy.
Oh, okay.
Because I get vegetarians in here once in a while, and they're like, "What do you have that's vegetarian?" I'm like, "Salad. It's a barbecue joint.
Right.
Barbecue you a freaking tomato? What do you want me to do?"
Well, I mean, if they do
tofu,
if they do it like that, then maybe he would take the vegetarian part instead
I think it'd
of.
be the only closest thing to what his requirements would be.
I mean,
according to IDOC, those are the choices, unless he gets a medical exemption.
Yeah, I mean, if he was able to get a medical thing, like anybody, if they could get a medical thing, I would support it because, well, I don't know about him. I probably wouldn't support it. Like, make him eat whatever, and yeah, if it tears him up, let it tear him up.
It's according to this, it's left to the registered dietitian, and their only requirement is that their nutritional requirements are met.
Well, then,
and you
maybe
can do that
his
with some pretty awful food.
I mean, maybe his vegan days will be over with when he gets to prison. I mean, he'll just have to eat out of pots of food that's been cooked in pots and pans that's had meat in it.
He's going to be eating meat 1 inch at a time is what he's going to be doing.
He's not going to be too happy when he gets in there.
Nope, he's not. And if he's guilty, I pray that he's not. I hope every day in prison for him is hell.
Just think, he has a control issue. He's narcissistic, and he's egotistical. All three of those things you can't have if you're in prison. He's going to literally be into it almost on a daily basis with someone in there.
Yeah. He's going to learn a new word. It's called panal.
Yeah, if he is truly responsible, I hope he has anything and everything.
Exactly.
Happen.
I hope he suffers. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
If they prove that he did this, I hope he suffers because those kids didn't deserve this, and these families didn't deserve to be put through this. So therefore, I hope he suffers.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Me too.
Yeah, and that comes down to the whole beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Exactly.
Put the evidence in front of everybody so everybody can see it.
Right.
And then
1,000% proof that he is guilty. Because I mean, I don't want someone innocent going to prison or being put on death row. I don't want that.
It can't be half-ass.
Right. If they're going to try this, and they need to show 1,000% proof. And if they prove that it's not him, then they need to be off their asses and out there looking for the person who did, instead of letting that person walk free. But if they prove that he did it, then he needs to be like the fullest extent of our system in the U.S. He needs to be on death row. That's just my that's my opinion. That may sound cold-hearted, but if he's guilty of this, I hope he.
I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's any such thing as being cold-hearted towards somebody who did what they did to get on death row.
In fact, I'm sure that God Himself would agree with you, although I can't speak for Him, obviously.
Because I mean, he had no sympathy, no emotions, no care.
His eyes are frozen.
Right, like no care for these kids, no morals or respect for these kids. So why should anybody give him respect or anything like that?
Michelle Brook made a comment I think is just brilliant. I worked in a prison kitchen, and some of the food packages said not intended for human consumption.
Damn.
Oh, wow.
I have a friend that runs a chain of Taco Bells for a company. It's the ones that are labeled safe for human consumption that you got to worry about.
Damn.
When it says safe for human consumption, that means it's one level above. Don't eat this shit.
Giddy up, how are you? Yeah, and not crime crazy. Wait, what a baby! I couldn't imagine all this time that if he's not the person, that this guilty person is out there running around, possibly doing it to other people.
Sadly, I can, because if he didn't ask about other people being arrested, that is, he could, like, here's the problem with that, though. I'm gonna just stop myself right there. The sheath ended up in the house. Okay.
Somehow.
Yes, and so that almost negates him just being a guy driving around.
I agree with you. I don't think he's the only person involved.
I'm just saying, I don't think there's any way that he's unknowledgeable unless he's waiting for the dope man to come out with his shit,
Or this is 100% a straight up setup, and somebody is setting him up and doing a really good job at it.
Like cloning phones and shit.
I mean, cloning phones, taking his actual phone. Could be somebody that close to him.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows?
That's the kind of craziness it would take, too.
Cartels, they're very technological savvy, and I've been thinking in my mind Sicario over and over again tonight.
It'd be, like Joe says, it'd be a perfect setup, but if you really think about it, there's not that much involved other than the digital evidence and that bit of DNA that we know about.
I definitely thought about that possibility, before I came to the conclusions, possible conclusions that would make, because the one thing that everyone can agree on right now, I think, no matter what side you're on or how you feel about it, is that shit ain't lining up, no. Things are not lining up logically.
It's a big circle jerk, the whole thing.
Yeah, which is why I feel like the possibility of him being unaware but yet implicated, or being involved, maybe not directly, or even still maybe even directly, but like Lost was saying, you can't be in the car and in the house too.
Yeah, not at the same time.
Yeah.
And that right there, in and of itself, which I hadn't really thought too much about. I was thinking more about how does your car get all the heck across town, doing 50 miles an hour, no stop signs, no nothing, like you're running from the cops. That was a problem for me, the way I was hearing it anyways. And let's not quote me on that, let's say, but it sounded kind of ridiculous that, you're peeling out at 420 or 425, and now you're all the way the hell across town. And like what I heard broke down to me was that he would have to be traveling like 45, 50 miles an hour with no braking, just like, let's go. And like, that sounds pretty ridiculous to me that anyone would, but maybe if you're freaked out enough or whatever, maybe you would drive away like you're being chased.
Like D22 said in the chat, this has bothered me since the beginning when we first started getting information. The sheath looks planted. I don't understand why you would keep a knife in a sheath and not have it attached to you.
Not only that, but how does that knife end up having only single source touch DNA on it and nothing from the victims? Yes, nothing from the victims. Nothing.
I'm sure that there's blood from the victims all over that.
Why would
knife maybe, but not on the sheath?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If there's blood on the sheath, then it wouldn't be single source DNA.
Well, there's no way that sheath landed under her or next to her without getting blood.
Or just in a bed.
Without being placed there like a calling card.
Like T22.
But even if you placed
like
it there, good chance of getting blood on it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like I don't see how it's not on there either. Now is that something else that they would omit? I don't.
Well, if it was placed after the fact, there could be no blood on it.
They seem to be trying to omit it now from paperwork.
There would be. It would be kind of easy to find out if it was. You got pictures, you got everything, right? If there's no blood on the sheath and there's blood under the sheath, then it got there sometime late. But if there's blood under the sheath, it would have, if that sheath was left there during the crime, that blood would have still been wet. There still should have been blood underneath that sheath, on the sheath. If there was blood on the bed underneath, if there's no, I just don't see how that sheath would have zero blood on it. I don't believe that it has zero blood on it.
And if
it was thrown onto the bed after the fact,
right,
by the person that did it, that blood on the bed would still be wet. The only possible way, in my opinion, that sheath has zero blood on it is that it was put there by somebody after the blood was dry. And I don't see that happening. Who's going to take that sheath? Who's going to take that sheath to that crime scene, not knowing what they're walking into yet, or what weapon was used in that crime?
Yeah, it would have to be someone that was there after the fact, I guess. But yeah,
And who's actually going to leave that sheath there?
Well, I still think that he had it in his front pocket on a hoodie or something, and it just kind of came out. That's what because who the hell's going to take a sheath? Like a Big Al said, who's going to take a sheath?
Right.
Yeah, why would you
without it having to be attached to you?
Yeah. Why would you risk leaving anything behind?
It would either be on your belt or in your boot, in my opinion, most definitely.
Your leg.
And if it slipped out of your boot, it wouldn't end up on top of a bed next to a victim.
Well, I'm sure he jumped on the bed to get to him
Well, unless you were straddling the victim.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure that they were. I still say that the two upstairs were ambushed. The first one got either a sliced throat early or a really deep, something that made them bleed out quickly. The other one, I still say that they were probably still trying to back away from him. I don't think he could have stayed standing on the floor without getting on the bed to do the damage that everybody thinks was done.
Do any of us think that it would be possible to that they would omit other DNA and still call it single source DNA? I mean, is that possible? Because I mean, I'm not seeing it, but maybe someone else is, because I wasn't seeing that there would be bloody footprints all over the floor if there was zero mention of the Leighton one being similar to others in the crime scene. But you know, and like, because that, you know, and I'm not trying to say that here either, because like I was telling you earlier, you know, I mentioned, like, my logical thought is just, you know, just that if the only evidence that they're stating in the PCA, like, because like everybody that's you know, everybody that's pro it being him for sure already, you know, everybody says to let's stick to the PCA, let's stick with LE and what they're saying, and so that's what I did. And so I'm like, okay, I'm looking at the PCA, and I'm like, well, you got altogether, you got one knife sheath, and you got one latent footprint, and then like, and that's it. You know what I mean? There's really nothing else in there that says that it's a paw print or a fingerprint or anything. And I'm not saying that they wouldn't omit all that, you know.
Well, they
either
didn't need to
at this
omit
point.
it. They didn't really need to omit it. All they needed to do was put enough to get the warrant.
I guess that's what I'm trying to say in my own words, is what you just said.
Okay.
But my
Yeah,
point,
I've always said that the PCA is only it was only enough to get the warrant, and that's it. And
That's
they have
only what they
plenty
need
of
it
other
to
evidence.
be. It's what they need it to be. Bare
Yeah.
minimum.
Yep, bare minimum.
Well, if the hearsay is true that they submitted, you know, paperwork for a warrant several times, I would assume at that point when they got the DNA back that's all they had. Because if they had more, they should have been able to get the warrant sooner.
Yeah, but they didn't get the warrant. The reason why like we talked about the other night, I thought that they had gone back and forth 3, 4, 5 times trying to get a warrant, and the DA said, yeah, I need more, you know, that's not enough. And so I think the reason why they didn't wait until FBI or whoever dug the stuff out of the trash can in Pennsylvania and sent it to them. I think it was 2 days before, and then they got the profile from that trash that gave them the connection to the DNA that was on the sheath. I think once they got that, though, that was it. That was all they needed.
But what I'm saying is before they got that,
yes,
they have to try to get the warrant. If they try to get it several times, that means they were putting in what evidence they had, and it wasn't strong enough, and so they got rejected. So, in my assumption, it's just an assumption, I would assume they'd put enough in there every time to try to get that warrant, and it just wasn't strong enough.
I don't know. I mean,
well, you're trying to they're trying to tell the court that one person went into a small house and killed 4 people with a knife, and then walked by an innocent bystander that just literally went back into her room and closed the door, and then there was like 2 other people in the basement, right?
well, there was only supposedly only Bethany was down on the first floor.
Okay. So even still, like all that
story changed too from the beginning.
Yeah, in the beginning they were both in the same room downstairs. That's why I say if their testimony changes, like if their interviews change, why did it change? And if so, if I'm a defense attorney, this person's a liar. She said X this time and then changed her story and said X this time. So what's the truth?
Those will be questions that will have to be answered at some point.
So you're like a
They didn't
19-year-old.
need.
You're a 19-year-old female, and you hear all this commotion going on upstairs, and some mysterious dude walks by you, at like what 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. You're just like,
4:20,
yeah. All right, I'll just go
4:18.
back in my room and lock the door. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make sense to somebody that wasn't there.
I'll
Yeah,
tell
but
you what doesn't
8
make
hours,
sense to me.
8 hours between that and the phone call.
Oh, I can't
That too.
make an excuse why that happened. I mean,
That doesn't make sense to me.
well, we all know that phone calls were made before that 911 call.
Oh, I'm sure they were.
No, they were. Otherwise, other people wouldn't have showed up at the house.
No.
I mean, it's just, when did those phone calls begin? And
Yeah, it's a good point. We all know that. Yeah.
Who made them and who they made to, and it's all in the phone records, and they got them all. So
yeah, that's going to be the interesting shit.
I
That's
just want to
gonna
know
be-
who was the first person who made a phone call or sent out a message.
It had to be Dylan. Well, I can't say that. It can't. I'm not saying it had to be
But
Dylan.
there's been all kinds of hearsay.
Right.
There was hearsay about supposedly she actually, texted or called the other roommates to ask them what was going on.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't know. You know what? That camera outside the house on the next door neighbors that supposedly picked up something. I
It
would
was
be
like
curious.
50 foot from the house, the camera was.
Okay, but I would be curious to hear what it picked up from the party the night before.
Or the next morning with all these kids allegedly there.
Well, that too, yeah. Like I said, I mean, if they picked up videotape of his car going back and forth up and down the street in front of the house and all that stuff, then they can also get video from who showed up and when people started showing up at that house in the morning too.
Right, because they would have to go, no matter if they pulled in the driveway or parked on the road or whatever, they had to walk. They had to cross the view of that camera to get to the front of the house.
To the front, but I mean, if they walked over from Fraternity Row, they may have came in the back door.
But then they would have to cut through the
They would
neighbor's
still have to
backyard.
walk. They'd still have to walk by because the Fraternity
That's
Row
right,
is
widow.
towards
Baby,
the front of the house,
she's
not the
stepping
back of
out.
the house.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, if
Yeah,
you're,
Williamson's on the back of the house.
yeah, if you're standing at the front door and looking out the front door, you're looking straight at the frat houses and all that. You're
Okay.
you're looking straight at like Sigma Chi and all that. Now, they could have let's just, as an example, not saying this happened, but if let's say some of the guys from Sigma Chi walked over and came up King Road but didn't turn on the King Road part that the girl's house was on, they could have very easily cut up between those the two blue houses right there and came out. But they would have still had to have crossed a camera somewhere.
Yeah.
Walking
Well, I'm
through
sure
there.
they've got all that stuff. I mean, if they
Yeah.
haven't, then they suck at their job.
Right.
I mean, if
So-
you know that you've got videotape of a car that you're looking for and all this stuff, but yet you can't figure out why other people were already at the house, and you can't just go back to those same cameras and find out more information.
Right.
Well, I'm thinking about Monday. Court TV is going to be filming it. Are they going to be able to disseminate it after the the hearing is done?
What do you mean? There
Yeah,
won't
they're
be
gonna-
any.
They're
There
gonna
won't
put
be
it
any
out.
evidence. There won't be any evidence given out in that.
No, it's just
It's just
he's
going to
just
be
gonna-
him pleading.
Yeah, that's all it's going to be. But they did say that once it's all the court proceedings are over for the day, then
Not with a
they are
grand
going-
jury. They're going to give evidence with the grand jury, and the juror's going to be able to ask questions.
the
No,
grand
the grand
jury's
jury's
already
already
happened.
over with.
Yeah, the grand jury happened.
He's been indicted. It's over.
That was Wednesday, wasn't it?
Yep.
Well, that's when it came out.
I mean,
Yeah.
it is.
So Monday is going to be just the arraignment, and that's it.
I have one question for like specific for especially for the ladies actually, and that is put in a if you could even picture yourself in a similar situation, if you're in if you're in a state of shock and fear to the point where you're frozen and like you just can't really do nothing, are you just gonna go from that to I'm gonna go to sleep now, or are you gonna like try to worry more about getting the hell out of that house, or any other number of things other than I'm safe enough to go to sleep now? Like
You want
that's the
I
part that
doubt
gets
she
me.
went to sleep.
You want my honest answer? And this is
Yes.
just me, but I was probably raised different than Dylan. Nobody's running me out of my house at all.
Oh,
And
hell no.
you come in my house unannounced, you might as well call a coroner with you because you're not walking back out.
Yeah, but
that's
these are
just me.
20 and 21-year-old kids. I mean,
I would have done that at 17 or 18. But
Yeah,
like
but
I said, I was raised different.
I can guarantee you nobody in that house had a weapon.
No.
highly doubtful.
No. But like I said, that's me. That I was that's just how I was raised. Now, if I can completely understand too where if they have no way to protect themselves, her being scared and seeing this big tall dude that you don't know in your house at 4 something in the morning. I get that too. But you come in my house unannounced, and yeah, it's over for you.
We don't know the activities at that house, though. Stuff like that could be just normal.
Well, I even mentioned the first time that I ever jumped on panel on your show, Lost, that maybe the two surviving roommates were huddled up in a closet together, and one of them was like, "We ain't leaving this closet," and that's
Right.
it.
Yeah, I mean, and I can get that too. But then I also get it's a college house, all college kids and parties and people in and out constantly. So I get that too.
Random hookups, the whole
Right.
9 yards.
There may be one of your roommates may have someone in there that you don't even know that came in that night. And you just happen to hear them or walk out of your bedroom or whatever, and bam, there they are leaving the house. It happens, but me personally, I would not, even if I was back in college. Philly, have a good night and thank you for coming up. Even if I was back in college, I wouldn't have been living in a house without protection.
No.
But once again, that's just me. That's how I was raised.
Right. And then also, I think that most people would agree that at some point, like, you're going to want to, like I said, number one, escape, or if you're, braver than that, then you're at least going to find out if your friends are okay, or if the coast is clear, or, you stuck your head out the door 2 or 3 times already, without consequence. I just don't see what.
I mean, of course they didn't put this in the PCA, but she also could have, when she sees him walking towards the back door, she locks herself in her room. Could she have maybe opened the door again just to see if she heard anybody in the house walking around, and ran and checked the back door and made sure it was locked?
What's the theory on how long the perpetrator was in the house?
From about
16 minutes. What is it?
No, it was
404 to 420.
Well, I mean, the car was seen the last time going to the house at 404, so you got to give him at least a minute and a half to park the car, get out, get to the house, get in the house.
Also, at some point, they add another 5 minutes in there, like it was 4:20, and then it was 4:25 or something like that.
Yeah.
So he was out of there in 20 minutes.
No,
like
he
six,
was-
like
Well,
yeah.
before that, because
I thought it was like 8 to 12 minutes max.
But,
I think it was. I don't know. I guess for sure, but
the car was seen the last time leaving the house at 420 at a high rate of
Okay,
speed.
so-
So you got to give it also getting out of the house, getting back up to the car, getting in the car, and leaving and coming back around to the front part of the house that's going to catch you on camera.
Okay, so if his car was seen leaving at 4:20, but that camera picked up noises at 4:17, so that argument or fight that was going on at 4:17 wasn't over at 4:17. It was probably over at 4:18 or even a little after. That means he booked his ass out of that house.
Right.
Get in
Dylan
his
said he
car.
walked.
Yeah, well,
Okay, let's see
her
what the PCA
perception
says.
is really off, in my opinion, for what she, and like I said, I'm sure he didn't see her because he was looking to not trip over the step. But, I mean, literally, he was within 2 feet or a foot from her.
Oh yeah, it's super close. That's a very tight area going through the doorway of the living room into the little hallway area, and then into the kitchen. That's a very small spot. He was whatever the width of a doorway is.
Mm-hmm.
So we've established now that she has the quietest bedroom door in the world.
Oh, in that respect, that bedroom door of hers allegedly is kind of a smaller door, so it almost doesn't look like a bedroom, according to alleged hearsay testimony.
That wall where her bedroom is, that wall there, the door and all that was actually, when they redone the house, that wall was added.
Yeah, they
It
added
still
another
has
bedroom.
to be ADA.
No.
Could they get by with it not being standard and up to code?
They could.
No, they can't. Not
Yeah,
with a
you could.
permit. Well, I mean, not legally.
Well, I mean, ADA is for commercial properties,
Right, but I'm
or
just saying
a
that-
property that's advertised as ADA accessible.
True.
I saw whole
Right.
communities of tiny towns, tiny houses, whole town full of tiny houses, like you see on trailers and stuff, maybe a little bit bigger. Like there's like whole communities of people like that when I was there in the mountains. And it was it was out in the open and stuff too, but I don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't even. If I was even as a guy, and everything that I've done in the military, even as a guy, if I'd have heard that shit going on, if I didn't have a weapon, there's no way. Even if it would have woke me up and I just would have caught him leaving the house, seen him leaving the house, I would have been like, "What the hell is going on?" And there
I
would
would
have
have
been
confronted
nothing
him.
that stopped me from at least texting my buddy, going, "What the fuck is going on?"
Right.
And me, I always look for a weapon. I don't care if it's a golf club, a lamp. If I hear crazy noise, somebody's gonna get hit
He
with
just
something.
straight
I'm
said
like,
a
"Daddy."
He's walking.
Everything you can get your hands on is a weapon, indeed.
Just do yourself
Okay.
a favor. If you're ever at my house, don't reach for the nightstand without the light on. Bad shit can really happen if you reach for the nightstand without the
I
light
don't know.
on.
I've been trained. I scan rooms. I scan for people, and I scan for weapons. Whatever I can use as a weapon. That's just my upbringing.
Something with less than a 4-pound pull, I'm guessing.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, so it says that based on download records of Dylan and Bethany's phones, Dylan's statement that they believe that the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25. But how is that possible if they saw the car at 4:04 going back to the house?
Well, yeah, 404 and 420.
I mean, that what you're stating there is probably maybe could end up being the biggest part of their defense, even.
Like,
to be
how
honest.
how is it? Because if they're seeing the car at 4:04 and leaving at 4:20, then he couldn't have. The murders couldn't have happened before 4:04. So how
Well,
are
they're
they
just
putting
saying
between
they're
4
just
and
saying
25?
based off of those two persons' downloads from their phone.
Well, I think the only logical answer that I feel like I can come off with the cuff with would be what you had already said, Lost.
Somebody else was driving the car.
Well, somebody was driving the car and somebody was inside.
Out.
Yeah, but if somebody else was driving the car, they wouldn't have taken off at 420 and left somebody behind until 425. They never came back.
Good point. But is there enough? Yeah, is there enough time with because when's he making the turn? When's whoever it is making the turn, the weird turn.
420.
Oh, the three
that
point
one?
turn.
That was at 404.
404.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
there's
you gotta
gotta
take
be
it.
some kind of
Gotta
stupid
take him
reason for
time
that,
to
too.
drive
I thought
to
he
the back.
did that before the DoorDash person got there.
Okay, let me see if
Yeah,
I
that
can.
was like 3 something.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it. This thing is
I
so.
really believe they had to pass each other, the DoorDash and whoever was driving that white car.
Let me see if I can find it.
I
on here.
honestly believe that if Xana never ordered DoorDash, if they'd have gotten home and just went to sleep, they'd still be here.
Like math isn't my strong suit, but I do know for sure that you can't be two places at the same time if the math is right. Whatever, I'm not
Right. Either that or somebody's timestamp on their video's wrong, because we know that the phone information is most likely timestamped correctly.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
So, suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a fourth time at approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping, turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, which is the apartments, then driving back westward on King Road. Suspect vehicle is in front of the King Road residence, appears to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continues to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. That is at 404. So they wouldn't got into the house until 40. Let's just say 407 after they did all them turning arounds and all that.
that's basically turning the car around in the tip of their driveway, is it not?
Yeah.
Well, it would be where you come off of Taylor Avenue and turn onto King Road, and then you have to make a left onto King Road again to go on that part of the road where the kid's house was at. So at the corner of King Road and King Road, I guess you would say, is where they made the 3-point turn.
To make all this shit happen in that amount of time, he had to be running.
It was my understanding that the junction of King and Queen Road, like if you put King or Queen on their address, it'll still end up in the same hole.
Yeah, the address is 1122 King Road, but the part of the house that the girl's house was on, I guess technically is Queen Road, but for whatever reason, the address is 1122 King Road. So I guess you could say at the corner of King Road and Queen Road is where the 3-point turn was made.
King, Queen, who can tell the difference these days?
And
I don't know, but apparently they get to share the same bathroom.
Yeah. I'm not gonna go crazy town. I'm not gonna go crazy town in here, but people that get into numerology and all that kind of stuff would be tripping on all that because.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I don't really get into it, but I recognize that stuff sticks out. That pops out to me. Numbers. Yeah, that's stuff I recognize quickly as number stuff.
Numbers generally don't lie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
so
an
like I said,
analytical mind.
yeah, math isn't my strong suit, so it all seems kind of alien to me. But I do agree that some coincidences that have been pointed out to me are kind of, if you go into the, like I don't want to do anyways, but the esoteric type of stuff that all of those things could involve is kind of crazy in itself. But I'm not trying to go there at all, to be honest, because I don't even understand because of my math, like.
Yeah, it's like 3:00 in the morning here. It's too early to be mathing.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know.
Plus, staying in the real is where it's at, and I'm down with that. Yeah.
Matter of fact, it's 3:00 and I got to get up at 6, y'all.
Yeah, I gotta hit it too.
I want to eat something.
I just got through eating while y'all were talking a minute ago.
Yeah.
Well,
if I get up and walk out of the computer room, my dog's gonna flip out, and she does not care. She knows who it is, but if she's not in the same room with you, as soon as you make a noise, she's growling, and it echoes through the whole house.
Good doggo.
Yep.
I gotta get to my audiobook, Wheel of Time, Robert Jordan. It's only 35 hours for book one.
Jesus Christ.
Hey.
Nice.
Who the hell's reading that thing? Somebody with a stutter?
Yeah, well, there's
That
definitely
book is
good
like
chatting about it all.
1,200 pages long. It's
Jesus.
very long.
You should send O'Brien a link to that, or maybe put it on his prison books for him. He'll have plenty of time to read it.
Oh, he's got a whole series. Well, Robert Jordan died before he finished the series, but it's like 7, 8 books long, and they're all the same length.
Jesus. That's insane. I can't imagine staying engaged in a book that long, but I guess. All
I
right.
read them all through, and they actually had like the series on one of those cable channels.
Well, I'm going to call it, y'all. Thanks for having me up, hon.
All right,
hey,
you're
Al.
welcome.
Yeah, me
Yes, sir.
too. Likewise.
I had
Muchas
kind of
gracias.
into what we were talking about last night about starting that website with the yeah. Talked to a couple of places here in town today, and they're like, well, you can easily get with everything, blah blah blah. Not too. I mean, you can start out with smaller storage wise, blah blah blah. I don't know. He's like, it could easily get up to the $10,000 to $20,000 a month range really quickly.
Yeah,
Damn.
at least.
I'm like,
that's just your storage. You're not even talking bandwidth yet.
oh yeah, and I'm like, you know what? I think I'm just going to do it on YouTube and tell them to go F themselves with their guidelines.
Do it on Rumble.
Rumble?
Yep, do it on Rumble. Rumble's still pretty free speech for now. Nobody's taking them over yet.
Our Patreon.
Yeah, Patreon's good too. You get paid on
Yeah.
Patreon.
Yeah.
Oh, really? They do live stuff?
Yeah, you can do lives on Patreon, can't you?
All I got to was the Patreon account. I haven't made it anything past that yet.
Yeah, I have no experience with them. I hear a lot about Patreon.
I know a lot of people go over there.
I believe they do live on Patreon. I don't watch it, but
I think it's the easiest subscription model for creators to make money.
Is Twitch just for gaming, or is that they do other stuff also?
We talked about that last night, and I thought it was primarily gaming, but apparently I was wrong.
Yeah, I
There's
mean,
all
it's
kinds of stuff on there.
It's primary gaming, I believe, but there are some true crime channels that also stream. Excuse me, that stream over there as well.
Well,
Yeah, it's a gaming platform primarily, but yeah, they do they do everything now.
A lot of the true crime guys have bailed, and a lot of the pedo hunter people have bailed and been tossed off YouTube and demonetized now. There's one in Colorado that was getting huge, and they bounced him right off of there. He got some state assemblyman or something on camera, and that was the end of him.
How crazy is that? Not to get into it, but yeah, that's pretty crazy.
didn't YouTube recently change their TOS?
YouTube just did.
Yeah, YouTube just recently.
Yeah, they just had a major change, and they lost a bunch of creators.
How many kids do I owe them? Because I didn't read it.
They're changing up a lot of stuff on YouTube. They've done like a whole update. And
is it getting worse or better?
I think it's harder for creators to make money.
Yeah, there's certain things they don't like to there's certain things that they don't like being said. And I've still got to go through and read the whole thing.
I'm not going to be told what I can and can't say.
Yeah, it's unfortunately YouTube leans into someone's instructions, and I don't know whose, but somebody's telling them, what to have on the platform and what not to.
Yeah,
I mean, that's no different than any other thing like that right now.
Pretty much, yep.
Best thing would probably be either Patreon or Rumble. Probably be the best two.
Yeah.
I kind of don't. Rumble needs some working over because I don't really like it.
Yeah, they're working on it. I give them a lot of credit for the time that they've been up and live to how many subscribers they have now. They're coming along pretty good for how bad they've been sabotaged, and they're getting attacked every day.
Really?
Massive cyber attacks every day. It's every day.
Oh wow!
It's one of their biggest problems. I've listened to quite a few different Twitter spaces with some of the engineers from over there, and I mean, it's an all day, all night thing constantly for them. It's just massive DDoS attacks and massive packet attacks and just crazy botnets, just slamming the website. Anytime
wow.
anything big happens on there, they get attacked. And YouTube's actually afraid of them, I think. There's enough people that are jumping ship off of YouTube because they can still make money on Rumble. And they don't demonetize anything unless, it goes against their pretty simple guidelines.
Yeah, they usually start on YouTube and try to drag people over to the other platform. But the one thing that I've noticed is that even people with fairly large numbers, when you try to cross-platform, it's still a tough market to get recognized at all.
Well,
It's
Crowder
like starting all over almost.
Crowder did it when he left the Blaze, and he's already at like 27 million.
Well, Crowder's
been a
an
month.
exception to the rule, in my opinion. But
Well, there's quite a few of them that have moved. Yeah. Well, on that note, I'm out. Peace.
They paid Joe Rogan $50 million.
All right, Big Al. Have a good evening.
All right,
You guys
Nick.
take care. We'll hopefully hear each other tomorrow.
All
Yeah,
right,
good
well, have a
night,
good night.
everyone. God bless.
All right.
Love y'all.
All right, thank
See
y'all
ya.
for coming
Likewise.
up.
All right.
I'm
You
out
guys,
too.
All right,
too.
Good night.
y'all have a good night.
All right. Good night.
All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here so I can go to bed. Marissa, please don't leave yet. I got to, Marissa. I'm sorry. If I didn't have to get up early in the morning, I would stay on longer. I'm like super tired. I'm literally going on like 3 hours of sleep. I'm gonna find the Dateline thing tomorrow on Peacock and watch it. Kind of excited to watch it now. Just Amber, excuse me, Just Amber, have a good night, honey, and thank you so much for joining us. All right, well, I am out of here. I love you all. Thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. Thank you to all the new subs and new members, all those who donated. You guys are awesome. I love y'all, and I will see y'all tomorrow.